So this is something incredible. I think it's not even possible in our nature with the physics that we have on the Earth planet. But look at this. This is their car on the roof. The top of the house I want to emphasize, so which means this car was standing like over there. There's a parking like 20-30 meters from here, and there was an airstrike, and there were direct bombing to there, and there was a lot of explosion, and the car just was blown, and it flew to the air and it fell down like here, and the car just and the car was blown up, and it was flying from the air, and here it is still. So there's been already more than 4 years, and it is still here because it's not possible to take it away from here, so no one cares.
It's the People Project. Today I will show you how people live in a city that was almost wiped off the face of the earth by the Islamic State, a major terrorist organization.
Almost every house is just bombs.
I'll walk you through the underground passages that were used by terrorists. I'll show you the basements where they set up their hospitals and take you to the city's tallest building that served at the time as the terrorists' headquarters. I will show you the mosque where the ISIS caliphate declared and introduced you to the many wonderful people of Mosul who are now readjusting to peaceful life after 3 years of unimaginable hell. Not so long ago, this city had dozens or even hundreds of bombs dropped on it daily. Dozens of reporters were killed here in combat. Now, it's coming back to life.
My name is Anton, and today I'm visiting the former capital of Islamic State. This is the city of Mosul. So it's been a long time that almost second or third building in the city looked like this. And now the city and the people are moving forward, and it deserves a lot of respect. But still, when you look at those 9-10 floor buildings which are just damaged like till rocks, it's something unbelievable.
Yet right now, despite all the attempts by the terrorists to keep the city as their stronghold, the people of Mosul are getting their peaceful life back.
My name is Anton, and it's How People Live from Mosul.
Hello guys, it's me Anton. Although it was one of the hardest trips in my life, because really some of the moments in Iraq were super scary, I still tried to speak to you in English directly, and I'm sorry in advance for my English. It's not my native language, as you've already probably understood, but so sometimes I forget the words, sometimes I say some bullshit, sometimes there's pronunciation problems. Anyway, I try my best, and I'm gonna tell you thank you for the fact that you're still following me for a long time. And if you want to support me, I would really appreciate this, because YouTube, it's blocked the monetization for Russian bloggers from the Russian viewers. I understand it has their own purposes. I fully respect this, but it means that we lost a big part of our income. And if you want to support me, here is my Patreon link in the description. Please go and donate right now. This will really help me to create new videos, to go to some more countries and make more reportings. And now let's get back to Iraq.
One fighter provides cover while the other two are trying to break out. From the left, fire keeps coming from an ISIS gunman, and there's nowhere to hide. This is Mosul, and this is urban warfare, the hardest possible way to fight a war. Windows, rooftops, doorways, cracks, and gaps in the walls, all of them provide cover to enemy combatants shooting right at you.
There is not one even building in which it's possible to live. It's extremely hard to imagine, and this is how it looks at the moment.
These fighters have an assignment to surround the building and cut off the terrorists from their supply line. In this war, no one spares ammo. Lots of shots are fired. Check out this guy. He fires from behind the cover without even looking. The most amazing thing is that civilian families stayed and lived through all of this. For example, this little girl lives with her family here. Over there's an old man. He also lives here. What blows my mind is that you're walking the stairs and then they're all just a heap of rubble. It's like a symbol of what happened to Mosul. Its entire life was suddenly bombed into rubble, like this street. Look at these ruined buildings. Some of them hundreds of years old. Because Mosul is a very old city. And now they lie in ruins. The fighters found cover in a house that got immediately surrounded by the terrorists. They're safe inside so far, but the enemy force outside is so strong that they can't get out. Fire comes in from all directions. Look, you can even see one of the ISIS fighters leaving his cover to check out the positions where the camera caught him. A bearded man with a turban on his head and a gun in his hand is doing the reckoning. The terrorists are circling in. There is a cameraman here with the Iraqi soldiers. He's filming the action using two cameras, one handheld and the other on his helmet. His name is Morteza al-Musawi. He's no soldier, although he looks like one. He is a professional photographer. He got trapped in that house together with his detail. They spotted us and surrounded the house we were in. Our reinforcements were trying to clear the path for us to leave, so we could get out of there and move to another place and cut off the ISIS from their supplies. That's the fire we were sustaining. They tried to take out our combat vehicles with an RPG-7. Just listen to the sound of it. Shooting never stops, not even for a minute, but the soldiers seem to be okay. One is playing a game on his phone and another is sleeping. For real, just hear him snore. A few minutes later, the detail receives a message they've been cleared to leave. They go downstairs, calm and focused, but the enemy fire outside seems to be getting stronger. They spread around to watch all the windows to make sure no terrorists break in a surprise attack, reporting to each other via comm. I have no visual on you. Incoming fire from all directions. Do you have a visual on us? Positive, we've got eyes on you. Approach the house number 3. Can you see me signaling with my hand? You see it? Follow my signal. There's fire everywhere. They finally made contact and planned the exit strategy. The problem is that the terrorists can listen in to the frequencies that they're using. Now they're waiting for the rescue vehicle to pick them up. To leave the house means to lose their cover. That's when cameraman Morteza realized they couldn't wait anymore. He told them to go, but the soldiers didn't move. Then Morteza started shouting, "It's now or never that we're leaving this place. We need to run now, alive." This is his footage.
We boarded the Humvee, and the ISIS fighters took a position right in front of us. One told the other, "Spare no ammo." They were waiting for a better moment to start shooting. They're about half a click away. The Humvee drove them out from under fire. Then they had to go on foot. At some point, Morteza and 3 others got behind their group and took cover in some house and got trapped again. They were out of ammo. All they could do
was just sit and wait. What you hear on the recording is the enemy fire real close to us. We had learned to know the friendly fire from enemy fire by the sound of it.
And this is for...
Yes, it was incoming fire. Look at Morteza's eyes. This is the look I know. I've seen it in my own eyes when I was trapped in a trench under cannon fire in Nagorno-Karabakh. That was the moment Morteza was saying goodbye to his family forever. He was thinking of maybe leaving them a message on camera in case someone might find his camera and deliver the SD card for his kids to watch. You can hear the sound of fire, that they were close and targeting us.
A bullet very close. That they started shooting through the window.
Then I thought it's just stupid to be recording my own death, so I turned off the camera.
So this is probably one of the most quoted mosques in the world, the mosque named Al-Nuri. The thing is that right here, the ISIS were born. So how it happened? Just easily, because this guy whose name was Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, he just came here and he talked to the people. So this square, this place was just full of people. And they said like, guys, we're pronouncing, so we're saying that there is now world caliphate and we are going to take over the world.
In order to understand why the Islamic State's preaching reached so many people, let's take a brief look at the local history. Iraq is predominantly Muslim, split into two distinct sects, with about 60% Shia Muslims and about 30% Sunni Muslims. Overall, both Shia and Sunni Muslims cohabitate peacefully for centuries. But as it happens, every now and then, some radical zealots can reduce everything to absurdity and push aggressively for a conflict and even a war. So it happened that the majority of positions of power in Iraq were held mostly by the Shia Muslims that represented the country's religious majority. The Sunni Muslims have felt embittered over lack of career opportunity, and the Islamic State exploited that, used their frustration to its own advantage. They started telling people that Sunnis deserved more, and many followed them, at least at the start of the war.
And make the world the Sharia law of the country. That's how it happened. And in the beginning, the Daesh didn't behave themselves like crazy guys. In the beginning, I mean like in the first hours of pronouncing, because right after that, it started that people who were anyway connected to the government, they were shot dozens, they were thrown to the rivers, and all the crazy things started. Something unbelievable.
They're not human, they're monsters. The Islamic State was a threat to the civilian population. At the start, they only targeted the Shiite sanctuaries, but now they're a threat to everyone. Their car bombs kill everyone, be it Christians, Sunnis, Kurds, Shiites, or anyone else. A bomb knows no difference between a Sunni or a Shia. We saw that they threatened to all people, not just to some holy places. You might have heard about Iraq's Rambo, perhaps the most renowned soldier in Iraq's popular mobilization forces. They were fighting ISIS. His nicknames are Abu Azrael and Angel of Death, referring to the deaths he brought to ISIS. This is the first ever interview to anyone from Russia. He talked to us in his home, where he lives an ordinary and peaceful life. Well, almost ordinary. He keeps an assault rifle with 2 rounds of ammo, not far away from the drinks on the serving table, just in case. The surveillance system is always on and monitors every movement around his house. At one point, they hung a number of Iraqi soldiers, about 16 of them, making them into a kind of Shia graveyard display, and they left them hanging there for 6 months. Can you imagine how much they swelled with all the heat from the sun and the cold at night? What can all that do to a human body? So the ISIS hung them there and took photos of them to tell those who dare come here what graves they would find here. The ISIS are monsters, but we are not afraid of them. Our light repels their dark. We fight for our idea. We fight to protect our homeland and the Iraqi people of all creeds. We have our faith and our holy teaching, but the ISIS also has an idea, and let's be honest about it. The fact that terrorists come here from all continents to join the Islamic State is solid proof of that. I can acknowledge my adversary's strengths and respect that. My adversary has a teaching, and they have come to give one hell of a fight, but we are tougher. When the terrorists under the black flag started their offensive, it took them 6 days to take over Mosul, Iraq's second largest city. TV channels around the world were breaking the news, with reports coming in about how they attacked military posts, police stations, how they cut off power, how they entered banks and emptied their vault, how they took over prisons and let all the criminals run loose in order to create even more chaos on the streets. Wherever you look around here, you see ruins and debris, like this car or that house.
This is how Mosul looks. This is the normal view of the Mosul. I mean, like in this yard, almost every house is just bombed. So there was...
Just imagine how many walls must have been bombed to have these endless heaps of reinforced steel that once inside those walls now pile up everywhere. Look at this deformed bike on a balcony of a ruined building, covered in thick dust. Once the terrorists entered the city, their top priority was securing its tallest building, this hospital.
So now I'm just on the top of the famous hospital in Mosul. It's like the 10th floor, and it looks like I'm on the top of Chernobyl at the moment. Look at this, I'm forgetting all the English words. I'm sorry guys at the moment, but this is something ridiculous, unbelievable.
That small hole for that sniper.
Okay.
Can you come with me?
Sure.
This huge water tank with a big hole in it was used to store drinking water. This place looks now like it's fresh after World War II. In some places, it doesn't feel safe to even approach the windows because the walls seem to be about to crumble at any moment. I was assigned a security detail to accompany me on site because the building hasn't been entirely swept for landmines. Before, they say, explosives were everywhere. They have some photographs on the walls showing what the terrorists left behind. Lot of explosive devices.
It's just so ridiculous when you look at this marvelous, I would say, nature of Iraq, and that you cannot understand how all this could happen here.
The surrounding buildings look as if they weren't made of steel and concrete, but of wet cardboard and just folded in. Here, for example, the 10th floor fell through onto the 9th floor.
This part of the roof has been broken. The roof has fallen. I will not go further. I think it's a little dangerous here. And
here the roof simply collapsed. I'm not going to go near for fear of falling through too, as I weigh enough. This hole was left by something really large, an air-to-surface bomb no doubt, as they were trying to make the terrorists leave by bombing them. Half the wall is gone.
The thing is that it was the most important strategic height. So according to any Y rule, so the one who gets higher, he can target more people, more technique and so on.
The terrorists also took control of TV stations and ran their own broadcasts. They tried to establish control over all possible means of communication in order to keep pushing their propaganda to the entire population. They also had a radio station. It was in this building. They kept a car bomb parked next to it and were ready to blow it up if anyone attacked them. In the end, it blew up when the building was bombed. This is Gadir Ibrahim. He's a construction worker and a long-time resident of this old neighborhood in Mosul. He was here when the Islamic State entered the city and witnessed how they made use of the city's infrastructure for their own purposes. In this building, they set up a shop to make car bombs and explosive belts. Also, they used power generators from this shop to supply electricity to the houses they occupied for themselves. In that building, they set up a post and maintained mortar fire from its targeting on the other side. Gadir lives in the building opposite the one with the car on the rooftop that you saw at the beginning of this film. Did ISIS people come to your home? Yes, they wanted to take it from me. But when they came and saw that we were two families living there, and that we weren't hiding in the basement, but were living in the rooms upstairs, they decided it wasn't good for their families. Yes, you heard it right. The ISIS fighters often had their families accompanying them wherever they went. That's how serious their plans were, and they were very particular about the places they chose for them to stay in. This is the basement where fighters live with their families. There were a total of about 20 or 27 people there. When the government troops entered the city, they were all extracted, but many were wounded. The terrorists were even more picky about the places they chose for their wounded combatants.
So these are the areas of the old city of Mosul, and so for example right here, as the local told me, so there was a hospital for ISIS members. This is the place, for example, you would never mention, you would never pay attention to, for example, if you're a stranger in the street, in this area. So look at this. This is the really good place to hide. So, and right here they were laying down the ISIS members, and look at this. So here's this thing that I don't know this word for in English, sorry guys, but this is something that is we always use in the medical hospitals, so that it goes to your hand and so on to make blood.
I meant to say an IV line. That's right, the fighters got their IV therapy right here.
And the thing is, this is a very good place to hide because under you, or there are around 3 or 4 floors, and even if the air bomb comes, so you are still safe here.
In here, they had hospital beds. When we went in, we found lots of large bags of unused drugs and pharmaceuticals.
Does he know how many people
It was their last hiding place. When the army's vehicles approached this place, then they started to retreat. This place was where they took the hardest hit and tried to escape to the main square. They had their beds here and stored all their meds in there, and their papers. They left their books behind. Yes, they did. Ghadir stayed here all those long months of the battle. Ghadir stayed here for all those long months of the battle for Mosul. We lived in constant fear. They came to our homes. The army's aircraft were dropping bombs on them, and the terrorists went to people's houses to target aeroplanes from their rooftops. They were engaging the enemy right from people's homes. The ISIS fighters came to people's homes. They came and stayed in our homes. If anyone tried to object, they took them to their command post and beat them up, or they killed them. Some residents of this neighborhood tried to resist, but they failed. Some people were murdered because they were protesting against what the ISIS were doing. This was their tactic, to move into a densely populated area every time an air raid began. They were forcing the army to make the hard choice, to bomb and risk killing innocent civilians, or not to bomb at all. At the start, both the Iraqi army, the Popular Mobilization Forces, and the international coalition had such a hard time coordinating their attacks that the loss of life was tremendous. Even Iraqi's Rambo, despite being a real Iron Man with muscles of steel, was scared for his life when he got surrounded by terrorists. When we got trapped in one of the neighborhoods, I got scared because I have 4 daughters. When the terrorists surrounded my group, I called my family and told them I was going to die. When it happened, there are some things that are hard for me to talk about. So when it happened, we were running out of ammo. I saw a fighter with a scarf on his face driving a Nissan with the ISIS emblem coming our way to finish us off. We kept firing back from time to time, trying to trick them into thinking that we've got ammo. The truth was we didn't. There were 3 of us, 2 of my friends and I, and one of them died a martyr's death. If you saw it, you would have been horrified. I called my family and I told them to sell the car, since I might not get out of this entrapment alive. We are all God's children, and our final journey to God is inevitable. My family wept and disconnected. After that, I called my brother, Abu Muntazir Yunus, and asked him to take care of my daughters. I hung up and I said my prayers. When Morteza and his detail got surrounded by the ISIS fighters in a house, he thought his life was about to end. They managed to board the Humvee, but after that they had no clue how they were going to get out alive. The Humvee got really close and everyone jumped into the back. The cover was provided by 2 vehicles. One was an armoured bulldozer, and I had no idea they even existed. It turns out a bulldozer was needed to clear the road from debris for all the other vehicles. The other one was equipped with an MK-19 machine gun, a super powerful weapon, capable of taking down aircraft within a mile's range. On the downside, it's a pretty slow weapon. In urban warfare, when distances are short and everyone is on the move, locking the target and hitting it while it's there is the biggest challenge. You might wonder why the carpet is on top. to protect from overheating in the sun. The temperature in Iraq during summer can exceed 50 degrees Celsius, which equals 122 degrees Fahrenheit. The gunmen's mission was to breach the wall behind the ISIS fighters, where they were hiding, and to make them look for cover while the friendlies break out. After that, we took cover in another house on the corner. The troops were expected to move in from here, and we were to support with fire from the windows. This was me taking a run to get in position. This soldier, he's already gone, was securing the perimeter. While Morteza was out there, these two kids were waiting for him at home. They never got used to father's frequent trips to the war, so on those rare occasions when he was home, they were always around. Here, the little one is sleeping next to his dad, who is patting him on the back. Morteza had served as a cameraman documenting the war for 3 long years, and almost as long as it lasted. Always out there with the soldiers. He says he could have died at least 6 times. Once I entered some place and stepped on something and froze, and it exploded. I don't know how I got out and survived. I was knocked out and injured in the face and arms. The explosive device was planted into the ground in one of the streets. They make these IEDs we call rosary. They connect a number of wires like this, and when you step on it, the circuit is closed and it goes off.
So he stepped on one of the wires.
Yes, I stepped right on it. And it hit me on my left side, in the arm and in the face. He didn't pass out right away, and it actually made it even scarier. I saw the cloud of dust and heard the explosion. I thought I died, or was about to die. I tried to feel my body to figure out if I'd lost an arm or a leg. This is the area that was impacted. The guys told me I was lucky because right before me, they saw another explosion that destroyed an armored fighting vehicle's caterpillars. The other time, his team were less lucky. This is Morteza's friend hugging him, as if for the last time. Unfortunately, it was their last hug indeed. They both went to film a place that had a mortar. It was a muzzle-loaded weapon. You drop a mortar round, it hits the firing pin, that fires the round. There were 6 or 7 people there, including his friend Hamza. I took this photo less than a minute before the explosion. I was standing over there. This guy who asked me to take a selfie saved my life. I took a few steps away and got out of the immediate blast range. If I didn't, I would have been wounded in my chest or somewhere else in my body.
هذا؟
ايه
I tried to crawl to him, but couldn't move. I realized I was paralyzed. Watching this footage is so painful for losing my friends. I don't mind the physical wounds, they're okay. It feels so painful that all my friends are gone because of this war, and no one is around. My friend's death was a shock to me. We were very close. We worked together shooting the same events from different angles. But then the explosion took his life. This is me. I realized I was paralyzed because I was wounded in my spine. Surrounded by the enemy, Iraqi's Rambo, Abu Azrael, was also getting ready to die when one of his fellow combatants saw a friendly aircraft in the air. One of us had a handheld aviation airband transceiver and tried to connect to that plane, which was flying from Mosul to Tuz Kurmata. He asked, "Do you copy?" And they replied, "Positive, I copy you, over." We told them that these were our destroyed Humvees burning on the ground and asked them to bomb this sector because we're surrounded and will die by the ISIS hands without cover. They said they were out of bombs, and we asked them to fire from a machine gun, but they said they were all out of ammo. We pleaded, "Brother, please, they'll kill us. Could you at least drop a bomb on us and we could die with honor? If you can bomb the ISIS, please do so. They have helicopter support." But they didn't drop any bombs. They came in over us, real low twice, and and that made the ISIS on the ground think the plane was going to bomb the sector. So thanks to the fact that they saw the plane targeting this area twice, they decided it would be safer to retreat quickly. The ISIS came to this man's house right after the start of the war. Do you see all these marks on the wall? That's because the Iraqi army was trying to get the terrorists hiding inside. We're now in Ramadi. We slept through the night and woke up before sunrise to the sounds of fire and explosions, somewhere close to the main square. And then the sounds were getting closer and closer. The army was retreating from Ramadi. Together with police and security forces, they were pulling back, leaving here only the civilians and the Islamic State.
And does he know what did they do in their house?
Nothing special. But if anyone living in the house was with the police or security forces, they confiscated the house and registered it as their own. How did people live here with ISIS here? Many families couldn't leave because they didn't have enough money, so they had to stay and live here with the ISIS. Are there many families like this here? Yes, there are many families here that were forced to live under the ISIS occupation because they couldn't leave the area. When the army came together with the mobilization forces and the US-led coalition, the ISIS retreated, and locals were forced to retreat too, as they were trying to get out from underneath the fire. Did you hear that? When the ISIS retreated, they took local families with them as a human shield. Women were probably those who suffered the most from all of this, especially those who lost their husbands. Here is Maida, and she had a hard time trying not to cry during the interview. She hasn't seen her husband ever since he left in order to break out of the city, occupied by the Islamic State. She's faithful to him and doesn't let anyone touch her except another woman. We asked a woman with a beautiful name, Kausar, to fix a mic for her. Kausar started up an organization that helps Iraqi women after the war. She cried all the way through Maida's testimony.
Many women committed suicide. They have nothing left in their lives, and they don't want to go on living because they had lost everything.
What saved many people's life was getting wounded or injured. The ISIS just left people such as this in the rubble.
The ISIS were here. They were everywhere, searching the houses.
Let me help you. Remove this. Do you feel your foot?
No, I don't.
Say Allah. Don't be scared.
Oh, my back. Please be careful.
You're okay. You're okay. Be careful with her foot. Go, go. This family is yet another ISIS victim. Is there anyone else? Remember him? It's Morteza, the cameraman, helping people get out from underneath the rubble in Mosul. It was only once that he had to take up a gun instead of a camera. There were 4 of us in one house, and we had to leave it. They gave me an assault rifle, an American M4 picked up off a dead fighter. He really hoped he wouldn't have to use it. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of me, very close, just about 15 steps away. And I shot him. Later, we found out it was a terrorist from Morocco. He was wearing an explosive belt, and I captured this on camera. So this was the only man that I killed. I was forced to shoot a gun to protect myself. Different sources assess the loss of civilian life during the Battle of Mosul between 9,000 and 12,000 people. This man who sells watermelons is called Wat, and he lived not far from an ISIS command post during the battle. They could enter and leave our houses whenever they liked. Sometimes they ordered us to leave the houses and fight with them as reinforcements. Did they come to your house? Yes.
What did they do when
What did they do? They used our rooftop to maintain fire on air targets. They didn't care that there were families in the houses. Those who disobeyed the terrorists were often tortured. The terrorists could stop any man in the street and force him to take a gun and fight for them. So men were scared to even go out. Where were you during the fighting?
Which house?
I stayed inside the house. I couldn't leave. Where is your house? In this area.
So, okay. Can you describe what was it like?
It was very hard. No food, no water. We were starving. We drank rainwater. People were very weak. People buried their dead inside the house, not to go outside. They couldn't even take the wounded to hospital. The same happened to Gadir, whose family was hiding inside the house. What did you eat? First, we had some supplies, and we tried to ration our food. In the end, only wheat was left. Food prices were through the roof. I remember paying 80,000 dinars for butter, 20,000 for 2 pounds of flour, 8,000 dinars for a carton of juice. Once I had to buy a pack of milk for my son for 90,000 dinars. And where did you buy the food? First, we tried to eat little to last on to what we had. Then the ISIS opened up a market and we bought food from them. As time went, the Islamic State were opening not only markets, but also its own mosques, offices, and even a university. Taking control of the university was important for the Islamic State because, obviously, if you control young minds, you control everything. Once they took over, they revised the curriculum. They banned philosophy. They also banned literature classes. They turned the PE classes into some sort of patriotic training for extremists, and so on and so forth. They also instituted a vice police force. Basically, all these things they were doing here were completely insane. The University of Mosul is more than just a school. It's a number of very strong buildings that can be used as fortifications.
So this was the most important building of IS. So this is the university, how it looks. And this was not just one building, so they used all of the buildings of different faculties, laboratories, and the BBC and Euronews said that they were doing the tests about launching their chemical weapon. So it's something ridiculous when you look at this and understand that there's huge amount of buildings which was built by Iraqi government and built for education of people, how they turned out to become a very well-equipped, very well-prepared.
Our military convoy spent half a day telling us we can't go inside because of the mine threat. But finally, we got the green light to accompany us into the building.
You can see these holes in the walls. This is the strategy of them, so not to hide, not to show themselves, not to let some people target them from outside. So they just bombed the walls and they ran through from one room to another. And moreover, a lot of them were also based underground. So here's the hole, for example, which leads to their channels. And there's a there are a lot of channels under the ground where they also were hiding themselves.
Look, I found a dish and a spoon that terrorists used. All the supplies were delivered to them through a system of tunnels. The officers that are accompanying us are saying that even today, it's not entirely safe to be here. They say, watch your step carefully, because although the place has been cleared for mines, the number of explosives left here was incredible. There were mines and IEDs of every possible kind. Big and small, concealed, camouflaged to look like a rock, a twig, so it's a big risk. And over there is a trolley, the kind that terrorists used to wheel around rounds of ammo. That's what they used, and there are lots of them here. I see one more ahead of me. Crazy. This could be called a graveyard of burned school buses, without exaggeration. It got so bad that at some point Iraqi's Prime Minister said that the war against the Islamic State in fact qualifies as World War III, because ISIS threatens to spread all over the planet. The United States, United Kingdom and countries in Europe joined the fight, and so did Australia, a very distant land, and Morocco. Russia joined the war, launching an operation in Syria. In total, over 24 countries supported Iraq, mainly from air, bombing Mosul and other cities practically into the dust, or close enough.
So this is how the old city of Mosul looks. So this is something really unbelievable. I think I never saw anything like that. So because look at this, so almost none of the walls are okay. So there's the stairs hanging, and this is just the rocks. It's unbelievable. The thing is that most of these buildings, they are not just buildings. So these are the churches almost, or at least the buildings which have connection to Christians. And the thing is that the last battle with IS took place right here. So they were covering themselves in these buildings, and the international coalition bombed it from the air, and almost inside here there's everywhere. So look at this place, for example. Also it's about to fall down again, and the thing is that so inside it's not possible to go, because even now there is a risk that there are some mines still uncovered, and the process of recovery is just started.
Just look at these two stunning buildings. These are architectural marvels, no less. As old and significant as pyramids of Giza or the Louvre. Now they're all in ruin. I decided to get a view from the rooftop, and it was insane.
So guys, when you head to the roofs of, this is how the old city of Mosul looks from the roof. It's something really unbelievable. I never saw anything in my life. Look at this. It's just the ruins. It's not the city. It's just the ruins. Every house has been bombed at least once, but actually I don't think even there's even one house which had only one strike. Look at this house, for example. Earlier, this was just a normal house, and now there's 1.5 walls, which is just kind of also about to fall down, and something ridiculous. So here's also, there was also a house, and there's just half of it. And when you look at all this, you understand that this place was not.
The man who sells watermelons lived and worked a short walk away from here.
Yes, here.
What was it like? Can you describe some details?
Of course, everything was on fire.
Like there was.
What did he do that day?
We all thought we'll either live or die.
I was thinking like, maybe I will die.
We had no water,
Maybe I will die,
no bread.
Maybe I will survive like that.
Water was like gold for us.
Why didn't he try to escape?
They didn't let us. You have to pay them off for leaving. Those who left earlier got out, while we got stuck here. But if you compare what the city looked like back then and what it looks like now, you'll see a massive difference. 4 years ago, there was not a single rooftop undamaged by the bombings. Today, signs of destruction are everywhere, but many new buildings have been built, and more construction projects are underway. Bridges have been rebuilt after the ISIS had blown them up. The city traffic is heavy, and at night the roads look pretty much like in any other city. The kids are going to school again. Here's a wedding parlour that's just reopened. Look, among the ruins. Local street food places are back in business too. It's absolutely delicious. The way they serve grilled meat with flatbread and thick sauce, 10 out of 10. The streets are safe to walk again, as before. It really has become safe to be in many cities' central areas. Here, for example, is Naziraya, and its residents are following the FIFA World Cup. It's well past bedtime, but the streets are full of people. Real crowds here. Look, there is a crowd in every cafe, pizza or doner place. The reason is that tonight is the game night, and Iraq is playing Iran. Of course, it's hard to call Iraq a big football achiever as a footballing nation, but the way they're rooting for the team is unparalleled. Also, tonight, when Iraq stands to actually win for the first time in history, the right to be on the FIFA World Cup roster is up for grabs. They need to tie with Iran to score enough points. This is why the entire country is right now holding its breath and hoping for at least a tie. Let's walk into some of these cafes and see what's going on inside. I worked as a reporter for 2 Olympics, in Brazil and in South Korea, and for the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia. But I've never seen anything like this.
I never thought Iraq is some kind of a football country, and it is not. But the people of Iraq are very supporting their team, and right at the moment there is a game, football game, soccer game, I don't know how to say it properly then, and so they're about to take part in a World Cup. So now there is a game with Iran, and if they win, or at least they have the same scores, they can continue fighting for be part of a World Cup.
Almost everyone has a shisha or a water pipe. Check it out. The local custom is to have it cooled. This simple hack is to cut off the top of a Coke bottle and fill it with ice. There's not a drop of alcohol anywhere. People are so friendly. Iraqis are incredibly friendly and curious about foreigners. Absolutely everyone likes to go on camera. Many ask to shoot them and even to pose for you. Today, many places in Iraq have everything a visitor would want, both in cities and tiny places you'd say are in the middle of nowhere. While Iraq lost the game to Iran, that didn't change the fans' sunny disposition very much. The very fact that the only sounds of explosion they hear now is from fireworks to cheer for their favourite team is a huge victory for the nation. So they take us to some random hallway of some random house. And here, behind that utterly random door, with no signs or anything, is a shop that exists only for locals. My people! Today I will show you what it's like to live in a country where you need to take the labels off Coca-Cola bottles before entering. Cars in villages here run on wood. Every PC must be registered with the police, who will then check it on a monthly basis. And local people dream of travelling to Czechoslovakia and the German Democratic Republic, countries that haven't existed for over 30 years. Newspapers state that their president can predict the weather, and if, God forbid, you take down a government slogan plate, you risk not only being punished, but actually jailed. 15 years of labour to be precise, for disrespect. We will travel to the most protected sites of North Korea. Concrete blocks that are supported by wood that can be taken out when needed to block this road. We'll interview not only those who managed to escape the camp, but the country itself.
I went to the prison camp when I was only 13 years old, and I got out when I was 41.
I'll show you how people live in villages, not the postcard Pyongyang that foreigners usually get to see, but actual North Korean slums. We have a rare opportunity right now to see villagers up close. Behind me is a woman that collects grass. All of this will happen under 24-hour control and fear of being caught filming. Are you filming? No. I think it's filming. No, it's not. At first glance, it looks like a wonder of the world. Just look down there. It's slums that no one pays attention to. Of course, I brought presents for you. Some local money, which is mega exclusive since it's prohibited to move them outside of the country. So yeah, definitely exclusive. Also a poster and some snake moonshine, the draw for which will be done on my channel, and I'll fill you in on how to participate. This is Leodor and our series on people. Subscribe and I won't disappoint. You see this guy next to me? He's a journalist from AP. That woman in national dress is part of his convoy. 2 more are waiting outside, and one of them is a Secret Service agent. This is how it's done here. For a journalist to enter the country, he must be invited personally by the government.
Make some kind of report here?
I hope to, yes.
The guys from another acclaimed TV series were also hoping. Came here filming, but in the end, the show got cancelled because there are trained people who meet you, follow you everywhere, and introduce you to well-dressed and media-trained people who, by total coincidence, love their president and think that Americans are bastards. She is recording everything he says to check it before it gets published. Then there is another team that goes over it all again and provide permission to publish, or don't provide it. One reporter managed to hide the hard drives that later weren't checked. His name is Vitaly Mansky. He then made a documentary showing the backstage of filming and an interview with a local family, which was filmed in 7 takes because actors weren't laughing enough, expressing a happy family with a house full of food. You have to eat a lot of kimchi. I am eating it. Here, eat more kimchi. Simi, you have to eat lots of kimchi. Okay, Dad. Sinmi, eat your soup. Okay. Sinmi, you have to eat lots of kimchi. I am eating lots of it. So I decided to eat lots of kimchi and visit as a typical tourist. But problem is that if you're a reporter, you'll never be given a tourist visa. So I got employed by a law firm and worked there for 2 months, then got my papers and was granted a permit. Since Koreans fully trust the papers, a plane to China, then train. Actually, it's the only chance to talk to North Koreans who are not specifically prepared to talk to foreigners. Heading us onto the train now. This is my ticket. This is what it looks like. If you ask me whether I have fear, to be honest, I do. Because when I was preparing for the trip, I had peace of mind. But then I stumbled upon a story when an American student went to Pyongyang with the same tourist visa, just like mine. Stayed at the same hotel, even his itinerary was the same. And he wanted to steal some propaganda. It wasn't a flag, it wasn't a crest, not the president's picture, just a red poster that read, "Let's all be patriotic like Kim Jong-un." He got 15 years of labor camps for disrespect.
Worst decision of my life. But I'm only human.
An international scandal followed suit. Even Trump took part in it. The student was released, but in some strange state. As 5 days upon his return to the US, the guy just died. According to UN, there are 200,000 prisoners in North Korean labour camps, and taking into account population of 25 million, it's about 800 people per 100,000, which is more than in the US, China, Russia, and everywhere else in the world. The train split into two parts. The red carriage, Chinese, whilst Korean carriages are green, with separate access, checks, much more security. They then weigh your luggage, and as I speak, we are greeted with North Korean security. They have badges with pictures of their leaders. They asked me, Toichi, Toichi. Don't know what to say, so I replied, Toichi, and he let me go. Don't know what it means. Let's go in. It's a nice carriage, by the way. Aircon works well. First good impression. This means of getting into the country usually gives a good first indication. There used to be 3 shelves per compartment, but later it was decided that it was much more important to make a good impression on foreigners than to profit from additional seating. Also, if the train is fully booked and then some tourists appear, they will remove North Koreans and put them on the following train. Poor guys, looking for their seats, but they don't have them, since we're here. Similar to Russia, everyone has lots of bags. Everyone is sweating, moving luggage around, changing their clothes, since they have to look good when entering the country, and share food all around. The carriage officer then decides to move me. He called me like this, and showed me an empty compartment. I told him I don't understand, and that I like my seat. He then repeats himself a bunch of times, and then stopped smiling, and once again pointed to the other compartment. I decided not to argue. Once we took off, Koreans got their food out, and since a table was not enough, these guys were using their luggage case. They like to have loads of plates on the table, and would never put rice and chicken on the same plate. This is why you need room. Here's a life hack for you. To open your beer, you put chopsticks underneath the lid, and then bang them on a table. They just banned me from filming. I'm in the loo now. This is what the sink looks like. The goal is to save water. So you wash your hands and flush, using the same water. I then checked out the Chinese part, and they were totally opposite. Use as much water as you want, but there is no sink. I'm walking through the Chinese part. It's about 10 carriages long, and I'm getting closer to the 2 Korean carriages, where my seat is. But check this out. There is a sign on the door that connects the 2 parts. The door is locked, and I have no idea how to get back. Ah, great. The carriage worker's seen me. He's opening the door for me. Another example of North Korean isolation. Do I need to knock now? Oh, he'll open it. He doesn't have the keys for the North Korean side. So I knock, I guess? Yep, there he is. Our North Korean friend with his shirt undone. Letting us into the North Korean side. Entering the isolated part of the train. Once I'm in, he caught up with me. Made up his shirt and asked me to film myself intact. Asked me to film him buttoned up. They actually understand Russian. Don't give it away, but actually they understand it. It takes 1 day to get to the border, and 1 more day through the DPRK. It's night here. We're getting closer to the border. Border controller is meant to come to check the bags, phones, laptops and the rest. I need to prepare. Roughly 10 officers enter the carriage, colonels and lieutenants. And look, they ask people to remove the labels from Coke bottles. Poor guy rips it with his teeth because it's from an enemy state. But when you don't have a label, no one would know. The other guy rips off labels from the Tabasco sauce in the bathroom, since it's also made in the USA. Hatred towards the US is one of the pillars of this ideology. We'll discuss that later. Even Chinese iPhone copies are banned in the country. Or a Canon camera, priced at around $3,000. Although Canon is a Japanese company, it is also hated, as Japan nearly annexed North Korea 100 years ago. Of course, it is forbidden to film how security confiscated enough hardware to open a shop,
I, on the other hand, hid my GoPros and USBs in my socks, constantly risking being figured out, since I can easily be looked up on YouTube, and internet is still available at the border. My job was to eliminate any excuses for them to do so, and as I was constantly filming, carriage officers constantly asked me, who am I really? My friend is asking what your job is. Lawyer? Journalist? No, I'm a lawyer. Oh, lawyer, okay then. The only thing that saved me when security asked to browse my phone for pictures and videos is that I moved it all to another folder prior to the search. By the way, phones were banned in North Korea up to the year 2013. They'd confiscate it at the border and return it to you once you left. Today, they allow you to keep it, but will most likely check your photos and ask you to declare all hardware you import. You separately have to mention if you have a sat-nav, a standard phone, or a satellite phone, and a number of cameras. Everything you bring in, you have to leave with, and God forbid if the numbers don't match. One of the Koreans put headphones on my shelf, saying that they won't be confiscated from a foreigner. I've read that tourists don't get searched, but it's not true. They check everything. Took everything out of my bags, opened every box I had. Every time I want to film, I have to find a secluded place so no one sees me. Behind me now is a guy who is watching out for us. They open everything, every bag. Check the carriage itself, check the floor, the bins, then ask the worker to empty it for accumulated cigarette butts. Because everything needs to be clean when you enter the country. Koreans shave and get dressed nicely. This guy put trousers over a tracksuit, although it's 40 degrees C outside, right after the border. Locals cranked some Chinese vodka and invited me to join. Once slightly drunk, they shared what real wages are, but we'll return to this later. We're now leaving China, where a river acts as a border. Behind me, a bridge that doesn't reach North Korea. You can see the last pillar, and then it's just nothing. As like many other connecting bridges, it has been purposefully demolished. People, here is a question for you. How long do you think North Korea has existed for? 40 years? 70 years? 200 years? 1,000? The right answer is 71 years, as it originated after World War II. Prior to that, United Korea was a colonial state of Japan. In 1945, Japan surrenders and is left without its colonies, just like Germany. And whilst Russia and the US decide on Korea's future, citizens rush to create a new government. Russia and the US split it into two parts that will soon begin to hate each other. The border is set across the 38th parallel. At the helm of a capitalistic state, Americans put an anti-communist, Ri Syngman, whilst the USSR takes full control of the northern part, which comes handy as it expands the existing borders, establishing a socialistic state called DPRK. Moscow inaugurates a 33-year-old Kim Il-sung, who at the time was a battalion commander. Both of the rulers strive to unite Korea, hence constant skirmishes that turned eventually into the fully fledged Korean War. Soon US joins in and sends its troops to the south, whilst USSR, with Chinese help, as a result, 3 years of war and a resolution that splits the peninsula in two, roughly equal parts, turning it into a demilitarized area. Concrete blocks here are supported, just check this out, by wooden planks that can be taken out to let them roll and block the road, which connects the two sides, in case army or tanks come from the south. There are loads of these blocks here. That's what they look like. The hatred between the two parts is so big that North Korean propaganda states that children have to give blood in capitalistic South Korea in order to pay for school and university. And after lessons, they clean shoes for the US Army. All roads that lead deeper into the country boast concrete blocks that can be triggered in case of danger. They can be found both on highways and on secondary roads. A town close to the border is accounted for as an enclosed area, and all visitors must file for permit 2 weeks before visiting, and your reason for visit must be incredibly good. This is what the permit looks like. It has to be shown every 4 checkpoints. Mind you, I could have been jailed for espionage for taking these photos of a government checkpoint. This is the border between North Korea and South Korea. Lots of US soldiers on that side, and as they say in North Korea, the South Korean Toy Army. Both South Korea and North Korea do not regard themselves as either North or South. It's what foreigners call them. North Korea think that South Korea is part of their country, temporarily occupied by US capitalists. It is for decades that North Korea has isolated itself from the world, trying to prove to its people that it won that war. This is done by not letting anyone out of the country, except for approved government officials. And this is why it's a norm to see barbed wire close to water, so no one can abandon the state. They are also eager to reassure the outside world. But the postcard North Korea finishes as you delve further into the country. On our way from China, we see a promenade and broken carousels to make it look nice from the Chinese side. In reality, it's all rusted, never works, and there is no one around since it's a militarized area. Next, you see the truth. Herds of sheep next to buildings, people fish in puddles, not even lakes, kids swimming in grey water, or a child playing in the leftover sand from construction works. The fields are ploughed manually, lawns are trimmed by hand across the entire country. All of this is because there is hardly any fuel in North Korea, whilst more than half of the country lives without electricity. 56% according to the World Bank. This is how North Korea, the crest of which includes a power plant, looks from satellite, from 11 PM to 5 AM. Electricity is cut even in the capital, which is the reason why there are solar panels hanging from nearly every window, balcony, in front of the house. Even a train is wired to one hanging from the door handle. Locals' reaction to our super modern train is as follows. The real North Korean trains that no foreigner has ever stepped into look like this. The carriages are so old that they can't even be scrapped, but are still used on routes, and instead of air conditioning, it's plastic bottles that hold the window open. People are sitting one on another. There is clearly not enough space. The architecture of all of the towns along the border are very similar to one another. I guess it works as follows. Along the train rails there are trees with some nice painted housing, and behind, it's slums. They are usually fenced so you can't see through, although there are places where the fence is either in ruins or hasn't been built yet, which allows us to see what's on the other side. It is clear that there is more than one family living under the same roof. A building with different roofing means that one family sourced tiles and that the other didn't bother and left metal sheets only, and some just piled wood planks. This is what the slums look like from inside. Some wood because no central heating, naked stone walls, plates and belongings on the floor, as there is no furniture. There is no asphalt in the villages, no plumbing. Locals wash their clothes and bathe in the river. These soldiers are bathing after work. You can also see cars running on wood in some areas. This picture was taken by an AP reporter in 2014. Slums also exist in the cities. I'd love to say that they were extinct, but compare this picture, taken by Artem Lebedev in 2006, and this exact place today from the same point of view. I don't see changes. The only difference is that the fence is made to look like the building has changed colour from white to green. And when I asked my guide what it is, she pointed in the other direction and said, "That's where the beautiful lotus flowers are grown." Mind you, people even live in partly demolished houses, half of which is missing. But people still live there. After work, the parks are full of people, sitting on the ground in their office wear, playing card games. Women are also here, but grouped separately, at their own spots. Main thing is to take off your shoes. Koreans have a strange way of resting. Two women are sitting on bricks. some guy pissing next to the main military museum, someone's casually chatting on asphalt, a girl sitting on the lawn. These are random shots. The area where a foreigner usually ends up is generally predetermined. This is the most good-looking street in Pyongyang. It's teeming with new builds, including the most beautiful building that I saw here. Our country gives these flats to university employees. Yep, this version of socialistic wonderment is told to everyone, from tourists to foreign government officials. That same street from bird's eye view, around 50 tall buildings. Taking into account that a 9-story building houses roughly 150 flats, although these buildings are much higher, we end up with 25,000 flats. Where do they find so many professors? I struggle to understand, but most of these flats are empty. Absolutely no signs of life, empty balconies. Here is a populated house for comparison. Curtains, flowers, mops, bottles. New builds are for postcards and for foreigners to see. It's the only street where you're allowed to walk. Although with security, and only for 10 minutes, North Korea strives to make an impression. As an example, there is a nice bright house behind this monument that symbolises prosperity. Now, if you look closer, it doesn't even have windows. No one lives there. It's just a box, built so the background looks nice. Here is a train station looking nice and beautiful. You would never guess that its roof is rotting from rust. Fountains nevertheless work and are nice looking. But how much do they cost to run? These outdoor pumps run on electricity, which is like gold across the country. Even the most expensive hotels are sometimes left without it, including the lifts. Typical schools never get shown to visitors. You can see children cleaning the grounds. I spotted this from the 20th floor. Whilst girls wash the fence, these guys take care of the grounds that are clean as it is, so they just wipe air for about 30 minutes. Can't say they're keen anyways. A separate employee makes sure that both students and teachers are never late. Opposingly, this is the school I was brought into. The building looks like a parliament house. Inside is a kind of a school for exemplary children and an exemplary performance on stage. These girls looked a little bit weird to me, so I zoomed in and saw that they're not actually playing at all. The music is pre-recorded, and this is just part of the show. Sound comes out of a JBL speaker, which is another hostile company. Next door, kids are on exemplary laptops, some of which aren't connected to the mains and don't have any cables in general. Computers run on Windows 95, but not many people know that North Korea has its own operating system based on Linux. It looks like a Mac OS, but buttons to close and enlarge the window are square instead of being round. Instead of Apple in the corner, you get a red star, which is what the OS is called. This OS makes occasional screenshots of your laptop, saving them to a folder a user can't access. All computers in North Korea, even if you can afford one, must be registered with the police. You have to go to the police station, and then they will come and visit you once every 2 months to check your PC. Moreover, this OS does not open files that were not made on your PC unless there is a special chip in place. If a company that you work for gives you a USB with such chip, you'll be able to open your files. But if it's a non-chip USB, you won't open even a text file. Internet is not allowed in North Korea. Foreigners and those close to the government have it, but even if you're a tourist, you have to fill in a form with personal details to send an email. Then a specialist will come to power up the dial-up modem. Library PCs have intranet and access to 28 internal websites. It's where you can catch up on government ideology, cooking websites, and others. You can even access these on mobile, and North Koreans have access to just one. It has a fingerprint sensor and they are extremely proud of it. And 4 main apps. Phonebook, an app that has addresses, and since SatNav is forbidden, it just stores street names. Next is messaging, and the last app that lets you receive messages from the government. We can read newspapers via this app. Newspapers, really? As for games, there is chess. North Koreans pride themselves that the phone needs to be charged only once every 2 days, and it's understandable since there is no data. I only saw government officials with these phones, and its cost is around $300. Journalists who managed to test the phone wrote that they checked the serial number, and turns out the phone is made in China, and only OS is set up in North Korea. Don't know if the mobiles are tapped, but they definitely record the foreigners. Each hotel room has a radio-looking thing. I'm really surprised by this, by the level of the country's development and how extremely advanced it is. A typical radio needs one cable. This, though, has a myriad. When I showed this to tapping professionals, they said that's too many cables, even for recording equipment, suggesting add-ons. I cannot confirm if this is tap equipment, but current tech allows for microchips to be attached to TV cables or even a window, decoding vibrations from glass. I doubt they tap absolutely everyone, but there is definitely an opportunity to do so. It's interesting that the radio doesn't work in any of the hotels. Tourists are under constant control, and even within hotel buildings, you can't just go anywhere. You're allowed to walk around your floor and the first floor. Stairs are banned also. The itinerary of every tourist is planned well before you visit and must be approved by the government. It is then constantly verified by minute, 24 hours a day. I'm followed by 3 people, and I mean followed all the time. I can't even go from my room to a breakfast area without being followed. They meet me and take me there. That's them there. By the way, our guide has that phone I showed earlier. 6 missed calls from the government. It is interesting that it takes roughly 20 steps from my hotel to a restaurant, and still, you see that woman behind me? She'll now just stand there and watch me walk, just in case I decide to turn somewhere else. As a tourist, you don't get any free time to walk around. If you disobey, you risk being deported. Your guides, who stay at the same hotel as you, but with different rooms of course, file daily reports. That woman there is currently doing one. They are all basic guys, but those who can randomly ask you to show them your phone. First time it happened, I was in awe. Gave him a locked phone. He didn't know how to unblock it and asked me to show him pictures. Started going through my family photos, but luckily, North Koreans don't know of the existence of a recently removed folder. I have a few spare seconds now, and check these number plates out. They are all blue. There are 3 types of cars in Pyongyang. Those registered as companies, blue plates, military with black plates, and the government with white plates. An average local can't afford a car. They start at $4,000, and this is too expensive. A rare occasion when a local gets a car, he or she becomes a popular singer, so the government gifts them a vehicle. Top management drives Lexus and Toyota. It is a new class of rich Koreans that we'll discuss later. Whilst common people drive Chinese FAWs and even Ladas, but mainly to go to work only. If you have a car here, you are the boss. Not one car would ever stop at a pedestrian crossing, even on the most postcard street. You can see how people let the cars pass, and only then cross the road. Outside of the capital, it is hard to find any cars at all, and locals walk on the road, not even looking over to check for transport. Riding a horse or a cow is still the norm. The official version of why there aren't many cars around is as follows. The government doesn't allow cars. To eliminate traffic jams? Yes, for the sake of the people. So if it's still unclear to you, Pyongyang is the best city on earth because you can see it from this street. Parks on one side, houses on the other, and only in the middle, the truth begins. One more site that strives to make an impression is the Wonder Supermarket. This looks similar to shops we used to have during the USSR. They tell me I can't film inside. Your bags get packed up, and then it's shelves with produce, and prices that will blow your mind. Milk, $3. Reason being is that there aren't many cows, and farms are full of bulls that plough the fields. Locals use dry milk that is then used to make yogurts, sweets, ice cream. Let's try the North Korean ice cream. It has a taste of, no, not strawberry, it's like calcium. In case you were unaware, it's chalk powder. At least it's vitamins. Jesus. It's not great. Tastes like kimchi. Very watery and not that sweet. With a taste of wood. Maybe because of the wooden stick? No, still some wood taste. Import products are most expensive here. A Nescafe can cost $13. Green tea is $20. Local produce is much cheaper. Instant noodles cost 50 cents. But mind you, the taste is very different. There's no Coke here, no Fanta, no Sprite, since US products are banned. There are similar drinks. This fake Fanta is 1/7 of a dollar. Hold your applause though. Someone appeared right when I was about to test the Coke, so I've saved it until now, to give you my genuine impression. First difference is the label. a very unstable label with a QR code. Yeah, a QR code. Who needs it here? In a country with no internet. A distant taste of Coke, but with added other tastes of some car liquid, like engine oil or something, brake fluid. This supermarket is generally for tourists and government officials. Some products are only available to locals, as for example, we couldn't buy a notebook with "for school use" written on it.
Not allowed. Not allowed, really. Only for Koreans.
It's not the average Koreans that come here either. There is a face control on the doors, and these two women tell the security who to let in and who to turn away. Like here, for example. He just tells these people to leave the grounds. Average locals buy produce under bridges. Here, women on bikes sell fruits and veg, and all of them sell something separate. One sells apples, one sells watermelon, lemons, and so on, to eliminate competition. Villagers on this street sell ice cream. Of course, they have markets here also, with bags of rice on the ground, regardless of whether it's rain or snow. Even soldiers sell produce. This one has seaweed. This is an example of a city shop. Random black door and a shop sign. Some, though, don't even have a sign. This is a random porch of a random house. And here, behind some random door, with no signs, is a grocery shop. For locals only. Opposite to a fire extinguisher is the entrance, with a clerk's phone number, in case he's not in. Employees live right in the shop. They have a washing machine, a shower head, with sleeping quarters down the hall. These shops can be found in residential areas, so you don't have to carry produce over a long distance. Groceries are given with ration cards. Everyone has a special card book, and this is how we get groceries. Yes, that's right. So you get rice? Well, what else? Rice, meat, oil, pasta. On holidays we get additional stuff, like sweets and cookies. We also get soap, toothpaste, and chemicals. And even clothes. Is it like a uniform? Something the same that everyone wears? No, just casual stuff. Not pants, but underwear. General stuff. Ties for boys. Main stuff, basically. And if it's some other clothes, then you pay with a book. You have to work for that. According to propaganda, the average wage in Pyongyang is $50, but those who fled the country say it's $5. This is still a lie though. Let's assume that the actual number is $20 to $30. In order to earn more, you need to have a permit to work abroad. The shop that I showed you just now was filmed in the North Korean part of China. To understand how these guys were allowed to open a private shop of a socialistic state, but abroad, it's important to highlight that the Soviet system began to crack as early as the 90s. Breakup of the USSR resulted in a dry up of oil, coal and other supplies at preferential prices. From then on, the North Korean government had to pay for everything in cash and at market prices. A free 700-gram ration that originally included flour, potatoes and corn got decreased to 492 grams, and then to 180 grams for pensioners and disabled. This is roughly half a glass. This was followed by floods and an extreme hunger began. You were lucky to even catch a rat, and people turned into cannibals, with dead bodies filling the streets. Propaganda states that around 10,000 people died. Foreign organisations state a different number, from 1 to 2 million people, 15% of the population. Women and orphans tried to flee, but the government stopped them by every method. 77 kilometres from Pyongyang, we pass a place called Camp 14. There is a minimum of 6 of these camps, where 80 to 120,000 Koreans are jailed. The camps we know of are Camp Urine, located 70 kilometers from the Russian border, 300 guards, with prisoners jailed for food theft, for trying to flee to China. Camp 16, the biggest camp out there, located in a remote mountain location with 20,000 life sentence prisoners, mainly those who were against the government. Camp 14 is the one we passed by. Prisoners work in textiles and on the mines. This is where the famous Lee Sun-ok fled from, after spending 6 years here. She shared stories of rapes, abuse, abortion and other horrors. She mentioned it in her book later. Camp 11, mostly for females, and according to some, it has been closed. Prisoners here were jailed for prostitution, theft and flea attempts. The camp is surrounded by fields where prisoners are occupied with farming. These camps just like places of weapon development, are the most secret in the country. It's only the satellite images that give us a glimpse of them. Most are far from civilization and can be spotted with characteristics like multiple security towers. These shots show how armed soldiers watch over farming prisoners, who later carry stones and wood. Unfortunately, we don't know where these shots were made, and there is a chance it's not even a camp. Things that happen inside can only be shared by those who were there and managed to flee. This is Kim Hee-suk, who managed to speak out once in South Korea.
I went to the prison camp when I was only 13 years old, and I got out when I was 41. My entire family went to prison. Some were taken to the mountains, others were put in different labor camps, all because of my grandfather's one mistake. He escaped to South Korea during the Korean War.
Yeah, in North Korea, the whole family of a criminal gets jailed. Husband and wife are allowed to live together, and there is a school for kids born in these camps. Camp consists of 2 parts. Absolute control part for those doing life, where you won't find ideology lessons, and portraits of the leaders. Prisoners are deemed hopeless and unworthy of North Korean ideology. Everywhere else, though, portraits are a must. In underground carriages, they cover the Made in Germany plaques. Government prefers to tell its people that everything is manufactured locally, while some trains are made in Western Germany. The cult of the leader began to form a year after North Korea was established, up till now remaining one of the pillars of North Korean ideology. Even the country's calendar starts from the leader's date of birth. Formally, it's not 2019 here now. It's the year 108 from the beginning of Juche, which is what the ideology is called. The ideas behind it are that a man decides everything. It doesn't sound bad, prompting you to be independent, but upon application, these ideas are there just to justify the closed state of the country, whilst making its leaders look godlike. Today is 3 of them: Kim Il-sung, his son Kim Jong-il, and his grandson Kim Jong-un. Every time you pronounce their names, you have to add Supreme Leader, whilst Kim Il-sung is the son of the nation. Newspapers mention that the leaders can predict weather, and God forbid you fold the newspaper if it has the leader's picture on it. I mean, I've tried my best, but don't know how best to fold it. Religion has for a long time been banned and is still not favourable. If you get caught with a Bible, you get sent to a camp. There is a saying that God doesn't help you, and if you bring flowers to the statue of the leader, your life will be full of luck. It's the first place where tourists get taken, the 25-meter statues. Our leader is the father of our country, don't you think? That's right. If I'm going through hard time, I come here. Our leader has not only united the country, but also freed us, became the stepping stone for the country we lived in, serving as an example of how to overcome difficulties. So I look at him and think that just like him, I will overcome my personal problems. It's how you calm yourself, right? This is what calms me. It is mandatory to buy flowers on the way to the statue. These flowers are real, unlike those that were bought for kids, which were later returned to the shop. There are rules when you approach the statues. Do we stand here? You form a row and bow for about 5 seconds, twisted in half. Afterwards, there are even more rules. To enter the building, where embalmed bodies of the leaders are, you have to wear a suit. Then you form a row of 4 people each. Rows with locals are organised by height. Then everything is taken from your pockets. And even this one pill that fell out of my pocket had to be left outside. You have to button up, fully, and walk with your hands in front of you, or along the body, not behind your back. Once you reach the body, you have to bow 3 times. Once near the feet, then near left side, then the right side. There are people there who navigate you around, showing what side of the column to take. They are all armed. It's an army, put simply. Yeah, it's not an excursion, it's a visit. Because Kim Il-sung is obviously alive, taking selfies in front of the building. Your hands must be close to your body. You cannot smile much and can't hold hands with your family. If anyone is still not convinced in the greatness of the leaders, there is a museum of gifts to change that. 4 hours of non-stop walking, floor to floor, endless rooms, gifts and details about them, what country, what year, etc. Starting from planes, all the way to knives, and the most basic cups that can be found literally anywhere. for pennies. I mentioned this gift, a crocodile with a tray of cups, in the visitors book, which sparked endless questions. As per, why the crocodile? Did it look funny to me? I said that it is a symbol of strength, that the DPRK does not use aggressively, and they were happy with this. Lots of presents from Russia, minimum 10 bear furs, from some regional municipalities, factories and other organisations. Everything is described in detail. How much the gift weighs, even weight of cars is mentioned. There were gifts from Stalin. They asked me if I've ever seen such cars. I replied positively and they got upset, saying that in this museum you are meant to see things that you've never seen. This is how they form the cult of a leader. And for a child, I'd assume it's all very impressive, getting him to think that the leader is really the supreme one. The biography of Kim Il-sung is one of the main subjects in school. And children who only have holidays in August parade the streets, singing patriotic songs. The flags cannot be put on the ground. It's not only the uniform that is the same for everyone, but also haircuts, clearly displayed by these girls. Slogans and posters aimed at supreme leaders can even be found in kindergartens, where children learn how to read. Such posters with guns and spires are also the norm here, whilst it is recommended to only draw pictures that would bring joy to the leaders. So here is a picture of a USA tank in flames. Hatred towards the US is ingrained from a young age, as one of the most popular cartoons, remaining for 35 years, is a chipmunk and a hedgehog, in which the US is represented by wolves, the baddies. During school years, children visit museums of damaged US tanks, which are kept in pristine condition, wiping dust on a daily basis. These are American bombs that they dropped on us during the war. This is all in great condition. We look after it all. There's a funny film about a US ship that was captured 50 years ago that is constantly shown here. And just listen to the words they choose. Those arrogant imperialists from the US tried to impose their sick-minded will, arrogantly raging across the whole world, did not even look back trying to escape. The hate is so big that locals don't know a single world celebrity. Do you mean the Beatles? You heard of them? No, I haven't. Do you like Michael Jackson? We are not allowed to listen to any American music. Only other singers can, so it's only for musicians, right? It's strange that hatred towards the US did not stop with Kim Jong-il from having a MacBook Pro with a 15-inch display, which can now be found in the museum, but filming was not permitted. There are many speakers in the rest areas of the city, via which leaders can communicate to the people, pushing their ideology, serving as another form of propaganda. Moreover, cars that drive around with speakers, transmitting slogans of the party, and evening news about the leaders on TV, and are read with added awe-inspiring voice.
경야는 최고 사령관 김정은 원수님께서는 567 군부대 관하 18호 수산 사업소를 현지 지도하셨습니다.
I managed to translate some of it for you, and I'm surprised how this wasn't written by a king or queen.
선진적인 방농법을 적극 받아들여
All farmers actively took progressive thinking of our supreme leader, sinking it deep into their hearts. Our leader Kim Jong-un has visited a kindergarten, following his promise. These kids have no deprivation and limits. This is how it will be from now on, said the supreme leader. There are two main TV channels in North Korea. One starts broadcasting from 7 p.m, whilst the second works on Sundays only. This channel is Chinese and it is aired in hotels only. For the rest of the time, North Korean channels look like this. As for international news, they're broadcast once a week, on Sundays only. What surprised me, I recently met a local Korean, and she is aware of some local Russian news, but also dreams of visiting Czechoslovakia and East Germany. Can you believe this? They managed to know some local, minuscule Russian news, but fail to know that certain countries no longer exist for decades. Stories about failing socialistic regimes do not work in favour of the government, and propaganda is one of the main budgetary expenses. Excuse my location, but it's the only safe place to film from. The show is about the fact that supreme leaders are the greatest. Sorry for the sounds. So, socialism is key and the only way for the growth of potatoes, tomatoes, and bright future in general. Another important thought is that if leaders are happy, the crop will also be great. Daily during summertime. Jesus Christ! I've just been told that there is a Russian reporter somewhere there, and chances that he recognises me are huge. If that happens and he mentions me to his guide, I think I'll be jailed for life. In the next episode, you'll see me hiding from Russian journos in women's sunnies, and how I try and escape my guide 2 meters away. We'll find out how much do locals earn and translate them chatting to one another. As it turned out to be very interesting. They clearly didn't expect that I'd ever be able to translate it. What should I tell this prig? I will also show you why North Korea is not a socialist state any longer, and how did the upper class appear, with Burberry bags, buying those empty flats in the postcard quarter. Flats there are empty, because supply is much greater than demand. Flats below the 5th floor are most popular, as when there is no electricity, they become the most convenient. I will also travel to the Russian border and speak to those who not only saw, but captured refugees. Alright guys, this is what we're giving away today. Before I tell you how to win all of this, and how to follow me on Instagram, let's try that powdered tea. Let's try that powdered tea that I bought in the supermarket in North Korea. It's weird because it's just powder with no smell at all. Or maybe this is how human ashes smell. Alright, it smells even more of ashes now. Creepy smell. Oh no. Freaking disgusting. Taste of powder that's been picked up from the floor. That's what this taste is. So back to the giveaway. A banknote of 5,000 won, real North Korean money that I managed to get by exchanging something with a local. By texture, it reminds me of old Russian rubles. Very similar quality. Then we have the Snake Moonshine, 700 milliliters. It also comes with a QR code that you can test, of course, and get acquainted with North Korean technology. But this amazing poster behind me, it is handmade. Includes Kim Il-sung and a departing rocket. Handmade by an artist who I met in the demilitarized zone on the South Korea-North Korea border. So, what do you have to do? As you know, North Korea occasionally launches rockets and conducts nuclear tests. It's always breaking news, and they are everywhere. Your task is to guess on what day Kim Jong-un will do the next launch. I'm looking for an exact date, and your answer must be posted on my Instagram. Yeah, if you want to follow me there, and this is why I started all of this, I promise to give all of this away. Won't leave anything for myself. Just a fair exchange between us. On my IG, you'll find a picture of me in this tracksuit, and this is where you need to post your answers. Link to that pic can also be found below, so you don't mess anything up. When is the next launch, guys? Gifts will be given to those first 3 who call out the correct date. Of course, subscribe to the channel. Second episode is coming out soon, where you'll find very interesting investigations. I actually think that it was pretty lucky that I stumbled across that info. Those guys on the train, for example, I won't talk about it now. I'm sorry for delaying this, but to those who comment that I'm a total boop for taking too long to produce these videos, I'm terribly sorry and hope you understand. Please subscribe. You know, we were just driving along, minding our business, and out of nowhere these guys showed up. Hey, you got room in your truck? And they jumped in before we even blinked. Let's go, they said. Did they ask where we were going? No, they didn't care as long as we're driving. I guess they'll just hop off whenever they decide it's time. And these are some serious guys. Here, check it out. This kid has a machete big enough for a Hulk, and this pal over here has an assault rifle. It's a Kalashnikov. No shit. It's a real deal. A real Kalashnikov.
I'm on a new level. And to go at your short. And to go at your short. And to go young go jump. And to go young go jump. We're getting Lloyd. We're getting Lloyd. We're getting Minka Juba.
It's the People Project, and today I'll take you to the place where lifestyles haven't changed much since a time well before the 21st century. A place where a town is nothing but a spot in the wild with a bunch of sticks in the ground to tie the cows to for the night while people sleep right on the ground next to them. No houses, no huts of any kind. This is a bed, 2 rows of sticks in the ground and a bunch of sticks on top of them. And here you go, the bed is ready. And this guy is going to spend all night here on this bed to make sure that no one can come close to his cows or steal any of them.
Dong bang. I'm on a new level. And to go at your short. And to go at your short. And to go young go jump.
Cows are the local currency. You trade cows for the rifles, machine guns, and even women. And you know what happens if a woman decides to divorce her husband who gave away his cows for her?
But when the woman who have got married with these cows should be also taken to prison.
People here drink cow's blood, rub ashes into the cow's skin, and give their cows a massage twice a day. And even blow air into their vaginas to increase fertility. Look what they got stashed here. A real badass machine gun, just like that. Like in a war movie. Like they're planning to take on an army or something. A freaking machine gun. Look at this, look at the ammo belt. Jeez, I'll be damned. Like, I don't know, it's like they're guarding Fort Knox here. Here, I'm going to try a dish that's even more bizarre than the dog meat I tried in North Korea. Crap, she's pouring cow pee into the yogurt. I will also show you the most bizarre and spooky town you've ever seen that's been set up by the locals on a cemetery. Here you can see a bunch of kids playing, and look what they're standing on. A tombstone, you see? And all around here is this camp or a town, and a crazy number of people who live in it. This is Liadov, and today I'm probably in the most mind-blowing place I've ever been to. It's the home to the world's tallest people who sleep next to their cows and wash themselves with fresh cow urine. No kidding. They are also always on the lookout in case any rival tribe might try to attack or start a fight, and have their Kalashnikovs and machine guns at the ready, and they have loads of them. This is Liadov, to show you how people live in the world's most fascinating tribe, the Mundari. Dear friends, subscribe to me on Patreon. Only on Patreon you'll be able to access my videos that are not available anywhere else. Very soon I'm going to start streaming live for you on Patreon, and all of my new reports will be coming out on Patreon ahead of YouTube. If you wish to make a donation to support my team, you can do so by PayPal. Please find the links in description. See these guys running with weapons? Take a closer look. 2 of them have assault rifles, and 2 more are armed with Kalashnikov handheld machine guns that are capable of firing 150 rounds per minute. They're the machine gun of choice for at least 20 armies around the world, lethal killing machines. The guys are in a hurry, bringing weapons with them to protect their assets. Look how many. The guys rush in to interfere. You know why? Because at a wrestling tournament, the guy representing their tribe just lost to a guy from another tribe, and it was sort of a setup. The 2 were matched unfairly, and here people take it seriously. Shots may be fired. Wrestling is South Sudan's most popular sport, and their people's pride, and athletes are the heroes, and if anyone is wronged, the whole tribe will stick up for them. Everything is nothing short of spectacular. The wrestlers walk to the crowd like Conor McGregor to the octagon, only with real leopard skin on their shoulders and a royal mantle some 5 yards long.
cheerleaders blow horns, and the wrestlers go on to wave their arms energetically, warming up or maybe trying to scare the opponent. Local reporters are here, recording it on the phone. And check this, the temperature is 104 Fahrenheit. And this guy in a formal suit and formal shoes, he's a reporter on an assignment. This wrestler started with some dance routine, although there was no music, and then all of a sudden started jumping. Here's another curious tradition. A man approaches the wrestlers and hits them with a stick, aiming for ears. A local beauty supports the athletes with some high-pitched singing. Men are beating drums. Women in bright clothes sing songs of encouragement. The guys with machetes are dancing to the cheery tune. The wrestler's physique is truly outstanding. They have such unusually long arms, reaching almost down to their knees. They touch the ground to powder their sweaty hands with the sand, and the fight begins. As the fight progresses, emotions run higher. It's more than a wrestling competition. It's a fight between two tribes that are fierce rivals. They wanted to show they're good and fight only for sport, I guess. The wrestler wearing a leopard skin represents South Sudan's most sizable community, the Dinka people. The country's president is Dinka. The guy in blue represents the Mundari tribe. The fight is so intense that the reporters have to grab their stuff and step back. But all is under control for the time being. The next to wrestle is the Dinka wrestling champion. The guy's over 7 feet tall, as huge as Bigfoot. For some reason, he's up against a guy who is visibly almost 2 times smaller. They fight fiercely. The smaller guy tries to pull off a side maneuver, but fails because the bigger guy is so much bigger, and there's no slipping out of his grip. When it becomes clear that the Dinka giant is about to win, the Mundari rush to the fighting ground. All of them. The judges, the reporters, the cheerleaders, even fans with vuvuzelas, and all hell begins to break loose. Guys with sticks and spears rush in from all sides. Then more guys rushed into the scene, armed with guns, rifles and machine guns. Everyone who wasn't up to fighting left the ground, and judging by the sounds we heard from the distance, things got serious. A friend of mine, Dmitry Lukyanchuk, saw what happened there. When the wrestling competition was over, I returned to the camp, and I saw the local guys. You hear the shooting? The local guys grabbed their guns and ran back there. It was clear some shit was happening. The very next day, we found out that 2 or 3 of these guys got killed in that fight, and many were wounded. It happened just a week before the Mundari camp that my film crew was visiting got attacked. It's about 8 p.m. now. We were planning to arrive to our destination around 2 p.m. Right, and I have not the slightest idea when we finally get there, because we've been driving in circles across this vast African flatland. The locals call it the bush, because it's full of shrubs and bushes. And, well, I have no freaking idea where we're going or why. And you know what? Not even I asked the driver. Here he is, great chap. So I asked him, hey dude, how far do you think we are from the camp? And he said, search me, I have no clue. And here we are making a stop again. This has happened more times than I can remember. Every time we stop, it's because we've either gone the wrong way, or have to drive all the way back, or because of a flat tire or an overheated engine. In order to reach a cattle camp of the world's most fascinating tribe, we had to drive some 200 miles from Kopeta to Terekeka, a community in central Equatoria, South Sudan. Terekeka town is the closest thing the Mundari have to a capital city, and the problem was that my crew arrived here right after the wet season, which effectively meant that lots of dirt roads were no longer there, flooded and washed away. When our convoy took a U-turn for the first time, I thought, it's okay, we just took a wrong turn. It happens to anyone. But then it happened again, and then I started feeling like we're driving in circles the whole time.
think now because of the rains, the roads are confusing. So they're trying to look for the right road.
How do you think, are we far?
Maybe 1 hour?
1 hour.
1 hour.
And that's what they've been telling me for at least 5 hours now, that we've got 1 more hour to go. Oh well, they are the locals. Who else do I trust around here? From time to time, we see some people, sometimes even settlements, but we can't just make a stop for the night, because this is not how it's done here. Everything has to be pre-arranged. At some point, all the people we passed by were nodding enthusiastically and pointing in the same direction, so I started to feel that we were finally on the right track. Like, woohoo, we'll soon be there.
И что вы думаете? Мы снова развернулись.
And you know what? We had to turn back again. For the umpteenth time. Personally, I stopped counting a while ago. So our trip has been going this way. We drive and then stop because there's no road ahead. That's what happens pretty much every time. We hit the end and then say, oh okay, wrong road.
Господи, сколько мошек.
Geez, so many bugs here. Everyone's getting tired. Even the drivers, all local guys, began to snap at each other. At some point, one driver flew off the handle and started yelling at our guide Isaac. He's been with us since the last project. Stop lying to us about 1 hour. Tell us the truth. How long do we have to drive? Then Isaac managed to talk to some local guy into riding with us to show us the way. That gave everyone some hope. However, 10 minutes later, we hit a flooded spot again. Oh my god, how did it end up this way? Beats me. How? I mean, how? I can't understand. So we're in the middle of frigging nowhere in Africa. It's really late, close to midnight, and look what happened to our truck. It's stuck. No, it's almost drowned in the mud. How crazy is that? I decided to check out the road ahead of us on foot, and then I heard this truck coming my way really fast. There's no road here, only shrubs. And they were driving at the full speed, off-road, so I figured I'd better get out of their way to avoid being run over. And when I took a few steps to the side, I got stuck knee-deep in the mud, and then I fell into it. I almost went under. I lost my stuff, I was swearing, shouting, "Stop the truck!" because it was coming right at me through the bushes. It was coming and I was stuck in the mud. Come on, come on, come on, go on! I'll be damned. Just look at this, you see? It's a bog no less. The truck is halfway in the mud. After this incident, our convoy started making stops every time we saw a flooded spot ahead. The guy in charge, all covered in mud, would explore the road on foot and then tell the drivers which way to go. It was certainly very time consuming, but there seemed to be no other way to make progress. Basically, we had to make such stops every 10 minutes or so. The guys use sticks to check how deep the mud or water goes. It's 2:15 AM on the clock. We're nowhere near our destination, and instead, we're driving around in the middle of freaking nowhere. It's already 4 AM. We're in the middle of the African savannah, or not savannah, whatever it is, I guess, the African flatland, and we didn't find the road. We've got lost here. We don't know how to get to the camp. So we parked the trucks to form a perimeter to protect us from wildlife and set up tents inside it, right where we stopped. We decided to sleep for a couple of hours until dawn and then continue to look for the road to our Oz, i.e. Terekeka. One important thing to do here is to set up a mosquito net. Here it is, because the amount of all sorts of mosquitoes and bugs here is astounding, and many are carrying all sorts of nasty diseases like yellow fever or whatnot, which is the reason to take precautions and keep them away from your skin. So I'm going to sleep under this mosquito net, like a princess in a canopy bed.
We are many. We here, we are many, but many people coming from outside.
I came here with my children, on foot.
Meet Farina Jandi.
This little girl cleaning the pot with a rug is basically the only help this woman has. She used to live with her husband in the camp my crew is trying to reach, but then he died, and the woman couldn't survive alone in the wilderness.
So we went to Juba in order to find a place to live and ended up here on this cemetery.
Yes, you heard it right. At first sight, this place looks like a typical poor neighborhood. But if you take a closer look, you'll see, for instance, this guy sleeping on the ground, while his head is resting on a tombstone. The cross is broken, the steel rods stick out. People use them as chairs. Check out this guy sitting on one. Tombstones are used as tables. Here a woman is making a bean soup and laid out all of her dishes on a tombstone surface. They do laundry here too, in improvised wash basins. The toilet is also here. They dig holes between the tombstones, like the one this kid is using now. They sleep here too. Check out the mattresses on the tombstone in the background. People come here from all over the country because many international organizations have headquarters in Juba, and people have set up some sort of displaced persons camp right here on this cemetery, which is still being used. You can see here the kids are playing, and what they are playing on? A tombstone. And they put up all kinds of tents and structures here, and this camp is really huge and has a crazy number of people living in it. Here, check out this tent made of whatever they could find, I guess, and a piece of canvas for the roof. It's swarming with kids. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, I counted 7, and these are just kids. I didn't count the adults. Maybe some of them are next door's kids, but the overall picture is pretty much the same in every tent.
Also, the people still sleep inside here.
I can see this place used to have asphalt top coat, but it's mostly gone, and so people sleep on the ground.
Sometimes many people can die inside here, but you don't know how is the sickness is. We are going to help them, but you cannot help them.
Does it happen often?
Yeah.
How often? Every day?
Every day.
Every day someone dies?
Yeah, somebody dies inside here, but we cannot help them because you have some problem. You see the children now, right now, you see it. No, something good right now. Cannot dress something good. Sometimes it's going naked.
See this woman with a bag? The bag is making weird sounds, louder and louder. She unwraps the cloth, and look what she's got there. She got pregnant here and had her baby right here.
Where is her husband now?
My husband is somewhere around. Maybe he went to the market. He works there.
When she born here?
Yes, right here. Take a look. Inside we have only a bed and nothing else.
Check out, only 4 of these 9 kids are wearing shoes. A lot of people walk around barefoot here. And here's the proof that the cemetery is in use. Here, this person died in 2007. Here lies Yona Fataki, who was buried in 2019. And here is a fresh grave.
Is still in village right now, but her husband is still died. You know this place.
Really, right here?
Yeah, but we are carried from this place also. We are removed outside, we are carried to the village.
Each household has a water pipe made of a plastic bottle or a jar, or whatever. They also have a hair salon under a tree.
Этот вот весь маленький городок разделен еще на более мелкие.
The camp is divided into smaller neighborhoods, and each one has a campfire in the middle, and the houses are around it. The truth is, these aren't houses. They're just improvised tents. They drive some poles into the ground and make walls out of plastic bags. You know, big ones, like for potatoes. The international organizations deliver aid in such bags, so people collect them and use them to make tents. Any place is legit to dry some laundry. Here's someone drying their stuff, a bag and a bra. Here someone is using a t-shirt as a window shade, minus the window. These are the clay ovens they use for cooking. The walls are really hard because of the fire inside. This woman is cooking a soup from grass, and it looks like a magic potion. Here's another one separating meat from the bones on a tray. The tombstone serves to her as both a chair and a table.
From this way, this one of cows. Yeah, this one is the... Yeah.
Tripe, or intestines to be clear, is a local delicacy, and the food situation in general is not great here. How often do you eat? What do you eat? Do you have any problems with food? Only grain. We eat grain every day. We also eat manioc every day. That's all. And where do you get money? You go to the market and ask people for help. Sometimes people have no money either. It's up to you how you manage. And the truth is that there are rich people in South Sudan too. They drive expensive cars and shop in supermarkets that are no different from those in Europe or America. The truth is that South Sudan has rich deposits of oil. The country has as much oil as Canada, where people live like this, and Oman, where people live like this, and more oil than Australia, Great Britain or Denmark. The difference, however, is that the proceeds from the oil business in South Sudan line the pockets of just two men and their clans. The president, this guy in a hat, and the vice president, the guy in the sunshades. While South Sudan has a lot of oil, there is one pipeline that can be used to transport and sell it. And this pipeline goes on through the territory of another country, Sudan, the principal adversary of South Sudan. In fact, South Sudan had been fighting for its independence from Sudan for decades, and it finally happened in 2011 when South Sudan became an independent state. The country's very first president was, and still is, the guy in the hat, Salva Kiir Mayardit. He is of Dinka origin. The country's vice president, the guy in the sunshades, is Riek Machar, representing South Sudan's second largest tribe, Nuer people. Each of these two guys has a large army, and they hate each other pretty much. Like South Sudan hates Sudan. A war broke out between Kiir loyalists and Machar loyalists, and it was a bloody war. The ordinary people were told that the war was about the dignity of their tribes, but in fact, it was a war between a man in the hat and a man in sunshades for access to the oil pipeline. The hostilities lasted 5 years, and the land descended into chaos. The loss of life is estimated between 200,000 and 400,000 people. Millions ended up fleeing their homes and becoming displaced persons. The inflation rate reached 300%. After all this, these two guys made a deal, signed a peace agreement, and even negotiated an oil contract with Sudan. In the meantime, South Sudan remains devastated by the war. 7 million people are starving, while the Republic has so many weapons in circulation that even a wrestling tournament could end up in a shootout.
Смотрите, время 6 утра, только...
6 a.m, the sun is rising, and we can now see how huge this herd is, because there are thousands of cows here. Cows are everywhere, and it blows my mind to see that people actually live right here too, among the cows. Here, look, here's one bed. People just got up there. Here's another bed, right in the middle of the herd. And over there, probably the owner wanted a bit more comfort and put up some sort of tent to sleep under.
Там чуть подальше, чувак...
This tent here is, as I understand, a VIP lounge. They drove small poles into the ground, put up the walls, and now there is a family living here. And people take cover there from the rain, like right now. It's starting to rain, and people come to hide from it in here because it's the only place that has a roof of sorts. Just a second, I'll wipe the camera lens. So look, 5 or 6 people, I don't know. It's a big family, and they live right here. And they sleep right here. And everyone here has at least one Kalashnikov, or more. The number of AK assault rifles in this place is astounding, like we're in a war zone. I haven't seen anything like this before anywhere. Women get up at sunrise. They put some coffee beans into a pot and crush them with a wooden pounder to make coffee. Little kids sleep under a tent. This little fellow is about 3 years old. He isn't fully awake yet. The older kids are already up and busy. They do all the hard work at the camp. They have to collect all the cow dung and take it to a patch of land where women will spread it thin. The dung will dry up under the sun, and then they'll burn it on fire. The resulting ashes are used as antiseptic. People clean their teeth with the ashes and apply them to their face and all over their body. They kill bacteria and keep the insects away. The men start their day by grooming the cows.
Они берут в руки золу.
They clean each cow with ashes from head to tail, including the horns. This is a kind of bath they give their cows, using ashes instead of water. It's incredible how they not only clean each cow's skin, but also their horns and ears, even inside each ear. They take care to clean each cow scrupulously, while the kids run around covered in dirt, but the cows are all clean. They're groomed and cared for like kings and queens. Look how carefully this guy is cleaning this cow, making sure he doesn't miss a spot, even on the cow's head, and around its eyes and inside the ears. Holy cow! Cows are so important to these people that they sleep with their guns in their hands to to be able to protect their herd during the night. Look, this guy with a scarf on his head is waking up. The first thing he does is get out his AK rifle and the ammo he kept close during the night. Here's another man. He was using an ammo box as a pillow. This woman slept on 2 guns. If you take a close look, you'll see that this bed can easily be used as a cover to hide behind and maintain fire.
This is the pillow. Yeah, this is the traditional pillow. And also it is used for protection. When you are fighting with the stick, this one also you hold it like this for guiding yourself. Yeah.
So you can hit with this?
Yeah.
Смотрите, что тут у них заготовлено.
Look what they've got stashed here. A real badass machine gun, just like that. Like in a war movie. Like they're planning to take on an army or something. A freaking machine gun. Look at this, look at the ammo belt. Jeez, I'll be damned. Like, I don't know, like they're guarding Fort Knox here.
Tigero. Finished. Enemy fear this one here a lot because the bullet cannot be taken by flowing air. It is very powerful because it is very big. You have to buy it with the 8 cows. Yeah, before it is given to you. And then the small one, only 1 cow.
Are you subscribed to our channel? Not yet? The sad thing is that Anton can't go on his next adventure until you do. So pretty please, subscribe now. That's right. Go ahead, click subscribe. Well done and thank you. We can continue now.
Слышите этот звук?
Can you hear this sound? A cow is peeing. For people here, it has a special meaning. When they hear it, oh, okay, a cow is peeing. They'll know they have to be quick, like, where's the cow? Which way? Right, there it is, peeing. And they rush there because they need to wash themselves before the cow stops peeing. This guy's name is Gabri. He's a local teacher. He knows some English because his father sent him to school in Uganda, a slightly more developed country. Gabri is going to show us the local people's morning routine, which is an important thing here. Older men smoke their pipes, children brush their teeth with ashes, men go to wash themselves. You find a peeing cow, stick your head under the stream of urine, and wash your head. If you fail to find a peeing cow, you'll go unwashed today. Instead of a towel, they use the cow's tail hair. They also brush their teeth with cow urine. Indeed, why not? And they collect urine in buckets, in case someone just misses the pee sometime. For example, this guy got up late, so he'll use the collected urine to wash himself. The earlier you get up, the higher the chances to take a good shower, because after the night, the cows empty their bladders and produce a pretty strong urine stream, so you can get a long shower that's also warm, while the air is cold at night. One of the perks of this procedure is that the urine dyes people's hair golden brown. To get this wonderful colour, they have to wash their hair with urine every day for a week and rub ashes into it in between. Like this local beauty named Kakule did. Half the kids here run around either completely naked or half naked. If they get cold, they can always warm up on a bed of warm ashes. Women are making breakfast, cooking something.
Короче, мне сейчас дали, значит...
Well, they just gave me a jar of fresh milk. They just milked a cow, so it's fresh, and that's okay. But the thing is, they washed the jar with cow urine. They wash everything with urine here. And you see, the fact that they washed it for me means they took a special care to make sure I drink out of a clean jar. It's a sign of respect, and they believe cow urine is the best cleaning agent in the world. And so there's no turning down such an offering. I must try this milk. This would be a proper response to the sign of respect that they're showing me. A sign of respect too. So, wish me luck. I'm going to try this milk.
Попробуй, короче, это молоко. Кстати, потрясающе.
In fact, the milk is absolutely amazing. Truly amazing. It's so warm and so sweet. The staple food of the Mundari tribe is soft cheese they make from cow milk. They usually don't eat cow meat. I came across some sources that say the Mundari people love their cows so much that they never eat them. This isn't true, however. This local man, who tends to his hair very carefully, check out the colour of his coiffure. Rich golden brown, and I really like it, seriously. So this man is so rich, he hires security guards for his cows. And guess how he pays them?
Can you ask him how much he pays them?
He kill one of the cow.
Okay.
He slaughter one of the cow.
Okay.
And he give them to eat the meat. Eat the milk is also enough. He can give the milk to them.
How often does he kill this cow?
2 months, after 2 months.
After once per 2 months. How many bodyguards does he have?
20.
20?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're like a president.
The truth is, here they don't care about titles at all. All they care about is how many cows you have. Cows are the ultimate and only treasure of this tribe. It's so impressive how much they care for their cows. Check this out. Each cow has a designated place. They are marked with sticks in the ground, and they also put up these individual back scratcher sticks for the cows. For example, this stick is for a taller cow, and this stick is for a shorter cow. In fact, they put 2 sticks together for this cow because it likes to put its head between them and rub it. And in the meantime, see how the people live? It's totally crazy. They sleep just like that next to their cows in the field. Where do they sleep? See that weird structure made of sticks? Some sort of small tent or something? This is where people live. If it rains, they hide under it. If it's dry, they sleep on top of it. It's just beyond imagination. I'm lost for words. It's surreal. I feel like I'm on another planet or something. In another century, maybe. And it's become the common era, I'd say. Men almost never use tents for cover.
This is for the children.
It's for children.
When it is raining, then men and the children, they enter. When you got married in the camp, yeah, this is your
But always?
Yeah, always. Because it's already your wife.
Because?
Yeah, this one should be ordered only for you. Yeah.
Aside from that, the only way to get some privacy here is in the shrubs.
Вы не поверите, но именно так.
It's hard to believe that this is what the Mundari people call a house. This here is a house, and not just an ordinary house, but an upscale one. And you know why? Because there's a tree here. There's nothing else, no walls, no roof, no nothing. They simply found a tree with a really big crown, and that's all they need to call it a house. That's their house, their home now. This guy sleeps over there, and another one over there. The herd, unlike people, is usually stationed in one place.
I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much. They swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now. Just leave it there.
Pastures in the hills are reserved for those cows that are the pride of their owners, so they can always see them.
Видите, это прям вот элитка.
These are thoroughbreds. These cows are the equivalents of Porsches, Ferraris, and Jaguars for this tribe. I'm not kidding you. Look at these big long horns. They're of great value around here. You know, like people get upgrades for their cars to make them look cooler or more luxurious. The Mundari do the same sort of thing by tending to their cows' horns. Horns are their pride and joy. It's just mind-blowing how much they care about them. One cow on average costs $500 US, while these beauties cost $800 each. You can't keep them in a safe, which explains all the guns.
Stop that.
The cattle camps that are located a mile or 2 away from each other communicate by shooting a round of ammo in the air. When others hear this signal, they know everything is okay and that all cows have returned home. They use guns instead of cell phones. There's no mobile network here, although the only problem seems to be on the side of the service providers. The Mundari people have phones. They use them as audio players. They have wristwatches too. You can spot them drinking gin. And overall, I should say that out of all the African tribes I've seen, the Mundari seem to be the most tech-savvy and open-minded.
Как они разбираются вот в этом безумном количестве?
So how do they tell whose cows these are, given there are so many? There is a way. Look at the ears of this cow. You can see they've been clipped to form a design, like some sort of paper cutting design, I'd say. This is the way to mark all cows belonging to a particular community, and all of their cows have their ears cut like this. Another community cut their cows' ears in a different fashion. probably less fancy, and that's how they know who the cow belongs to.
How many cows does he have?
100.
100?
Yeah.
So you're a rich guy.
Yeah.
Они специально
They
находят...
look for red clay, and when they find some, mix it with ashes and rub it into the cow's horns to give them this beautiful red colour. It looks really awesome. It's an amazing sight.
Girls love this.
Yeah, that they love it.
He has 2 wives already. He wants to have the 3rd one.
That he want 9 wives. Want to get...
He wants 9 wives.
Yeah.
Why?
Want to get married 9.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
Because he has a lot of cows. He's a rich person. And he want to produce more children. So that when the enemies come, he has a lot of people to fight with the enemy. That is the reason why we want him to get 9 wives, so that he should have a good number of children. Yeah.
How many children does he want to have in general, finally?
He wants each wife to produce 10 children.
Each?
Each wife.
Really?
Yeah, you multiply 9 by 10.
90? 90?
Yeah, children.
Why?
Yeah.
You want your
so that they can
country
help him, and to protect.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's customary in South Sudan to offer cows to the parents of a bride. Our guide Isaac told me that he was planning to offer 30 cows for his future wife. The Mundari tribe's rates seem to be through the roof though. Guess how many cows this rich guy wants for his daughter? By the way, I really think she is beautiful. Write in the comments if you agree.
How many cows do you want for your daughter?
150 cows.
For one daughter?
Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah.
This is too much. Yeah. He is a good businessman, entrepreneur. This is why he has so many cows.
Just to be clear, I do not approve of putting a price on women, be it in cows or in any other way. I strongly believe women are priceless. This is the tribe's tradition, and when they choose a wife, beauty is not the most important thing to them.
This one here, Pokakule, your country is very tall. This is having 80 cows. This is because it's tall and beautiful. Yeah, and also the body is also strong.
Why is it important?
She can dig. Well, she can cultivate very. She has a power, of digging. Because the short one cannot dig a large place.
If she says like, okay, he have 80 cows, but I don't want to go with him.
Sometimes, like me, I want to marry Kakula and I'm very short. And I look very ugly. Will he not get married with me? And from there, if I have a lot of cows, I will go and connect with the parent of Kakule. Then they will force Kakule to come to me.
Women and children do all the dirty and heavy work involved in cattle breeding. Look at this kid. I can only give you a headshot because he's stark naked, and that's against YouTube's policy. But look at what this little guy is holding. A huge machete. Just look at this. It's big enough to take down a Hulk Hogan type. And all of these kids here know how to handle one, and they do it with a lot of skill. The kids equipped with machetes are on firewood duty, but in reality, their main mission is to keep an eye on all the movements of other herds and clans, as well as their cows. This way, they can make sure no one can approach their own camp's herd. And if they see another clan's cow stray from its herd, they will nick it. This kind of behavior isn't looked down on, it's actually encouraged here. They have their own definition of a crime.
So you have no cows and you sleep with her?
Yeah.
This you go to prison?
Yes.
Ah,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What are other reasons to be taken to prison?
When you still one cow in the cattle camp, then when the cow, you are caught with the cow, then the owner will come.
What prison looks like? Do you have it here or?
Here.
Can you show us the prison?
Here, we have only fence.
Fence?
Yeah, fence. A big fence, but not here because people just migrated recently. We are moving up and down. Yeah, most of the prison is in the village. We have ropes, cows rope for tying the cows. We can pick one for tying the man so that it should wait until the problem is solved.
I must say, these guys are quite resourceful. They have an interesting system of voting for their president.
By just lining up.
Really?
Yes.
Can you describe how it's being done?
And also other people who are my supporters, who are my fans, should follow my line.
Okay.
Then the other sheep whom we have been committing with him will also stand on his separate line. And also there should be people who shall be coming to count the number of the people that who is taking 60 or who is taking 70 voters. And then that one with the 70 voters is already a sheep.
You might say it sounds a bit too old school, but on the upside, there's no rigging of such an election. You know, I got so fascinated with the Mundari tribe, I decided to go for it and try their traditional signature drink.
Короче, вот это типа супер.
Okay, here we have the Mundari tribe's speciality drink. It's some sort of yogurt, but it doesn't look much like yogurt to me. It looks like some god-awful hooch with curd, and I don't know what. I don't feel well just looking at it. It looks... oh my god, the way it smells. It smells like curd that's gone bad. Oh well, it's curd anyway, so I'm gonna have to give it a try. The thing is, however, that this tribe's traditional way to serve this yogurt is with a dash of urine. Here you see they have a bottle of pee for me. I didn't really know if I'm going to go all the way and try it with urine too, but I'll definitely try the yogurt thingy. Okay, here I go. God almighty, I've never tasted anything like that in my life. It's very sour, just very sour curd, I guess. I guess it's like that kind of stuff you get by separating the cow's milk after it's gone sour, and then they add pee to it to make it less sour.
Okay, let's do it. Yes, let's do it very fast. I will try to forget this at the moment. Oh my god. Блин, да, она прямо сейчас.
Crap, she's pouring cow pee into the yogurt for me to drink. I guess that's the locals' favourite poison.
Can you please first try first? Yeah.
Yes. They need to mix it first. Check it out. They have a special stick for mixing it. You know, to make sure the pee blends well with the other stuff. God, oh my god, it smells of pee. Stinks of pee. It is pee. I'll be damned. Oh my god. Trying the funky and gross stuff is my least favourite bit. Well, look, he can't get enough. He's into the stuff. Go on, go on. The more you drink, the less I have to. Don't mind me. They poured a whole bucket of this stuff. So I guess that's how they usually drink it. So half of it is for me, I guess. About 4 pints or so.
How do you like it?
It's like salt.
It's salty, yeah?
Yeah, it's already salty in it.
Why do you add urine there? Why?
To make it tastable. It will be very sweet.
Very sweet. Very, you like it, yeah?
Yeah, you like it.
Without urine, it's not that tasty.
It's not the sweet.
Поняли, да? Типа без...
You got it? It's not as good without the urine, he says. So they added some. Well, help me God. The thing is, this tribe believes that urine is the God-given purest stuff on earth. So the fact that they added some urine here for me to drink is a sign of respect. So I can't possibly reject the freaking stuff. Oh, sweet lord. I've never done anything like this before. I'm gonna drink yogurt with pee. With cow's pee. Okay, I'll do it quickly. 1, 2, 3.
Раз, два, три. Честно сказать, я не раз пробовал.
To be honest, I didn't quite understand the taste. I was so freaked out that I didn't even understand what it was like. Fuck me. Oh look, I've got a cherry on top. A fly. A freaking fly. What else do you need to make it taste better? Of course, eat it with a fly. Oh damn, I'm telling you, it does taste different. When I tried that yogurt as it was very sour. And when they mixed it with this magic ingredient, it became sort of, I would say softer. When you drink that sour stuff, it's so sour that it makes your eyes pop. But the pea really softens the taste. It's generally the same curdy taste, only less sour. Much less sour. That's how it works. Oh my god. On a more serious note, urea is an important ingredient in a wide range of hair and skincare products, as well as dyes. It's also known as a carbamide. Urea is actually a component of the natural moisturizing factor produced by human skin. So in fact, the Mundari really know what they're doing. I'd say they're pretty advanced, except for how they treat women.
If the woman want to divert the child, it should be also taken to prison. Because I have fed cows to their dowry to their parents.
If she wants to divorce with you, she goes to prison?
To divorce with me?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've paid money. I mean, cows. Yeah, it should be taken to prison.
It might make sense from the point of view of the tribe as a whole, but in terms of a woman's life, their life is ruined if they lose their husband or father. That improvised camp on a cemetery that I've shown you earlier has mostly women living in it. Women who lost their husbands.
He said her husband is still died. That's why he's come here.
The man who's been my guide around this place introduced himself as Kalentin. Sounds a bit like Valentine. He is, and I'm not kidding you, a member of this town's board. That's right, this place has an administration, and it sits in that barn made out of reeds that serves them as a church too.
Have a sieve inside, also police, and then national security, anything. We are many inside here. We are here working together with government.
What are the problems that your chief solves every day?
So you have many problems every day. Sometimes some person can carry a gun and then have something here. Maybe you want to fight. We are saying, let we be together. Let we live fighting.
Guys, if you like my video and if you like what we're doing, I would really appreciate if you support us on Patreon, on Pioneer or on PayPal, and we try to make even more great films from new dangerous places for you. Thank you. All the links are in the description. Please donate.
Чтобы вы понимали, просто так зайти вот в этот городок.
To be clear, one cannot just show up at this place and start shooting. When we arrived, we were taken to the local administration, to the place that is also a church. They offered us a seat, and a lot of guys gathered there. They asked us what we wanted, looked at my accreditation papers, scratched their heads, and in the end they said, look guys, you know, lots of people come here, and they say all sorts of crap, but no help ever comes. So it'd be best if you just pay us and then be our guests. And that's how we got the green light. If I tried to do some unauthorized reporting here, I'd probably end up somewhere under one of those tombstones, and no one would be the wiser. The guys even got themselves a gym of sorts. They are huge blocks of concrete for weights.
The government can say, no, don't sit here. This place for somebody. You just go from this place and then make another place. Government cannot give you place. But we are see, we are broken many places.
See this sheet of foil they put up on a wall on the structure? It says thermal covers. It's a mylar thermal blanket, where mylar base is a type of stretched polyester film, and the thin layer is a foil. It retains and reflects up to 90% of body heat, which is why humanitarian organisations such as Doctors Without Borders or the Red Cross ship a lot of these to South Sudan. Despite the fact that these organisations provide the much needed help to the local population, their missions are quite often attacked. In fact, it happens so often that South Sudan is considered one of the most dangerous places in the world to work.
Смотрите, вот так выглядит госпиталь в столице Южного Судана.
We're in a hospital in South Sudan's capital city, Juba. The first thing you notice is a sign prohibiting any guns, any weapons on site. There's also an additional information poster that explains that no fighting of any kind and no shooting is allowed in the hospital. The place is indeed pretty quiet. There's nothing out of the ordinary. One thing that probably catches the eye is how they've upgraded the hospital beds. They put up a canopy over each bed, and they're obviously DIY. That's how they added the mosquito nets. Back in 2017, the Red Cross was forced to suspend their mission in some parts of South Sudan following the incident when the organisation's convoy of 10 vehicles was attacked and one driver got killed, despite the fact that they've had the most reliable and safe vehicles. Powerful Land Cruisers like this one are the vehicles of choice for the missions of the International Committee of the Red Cross in South Sudan. On top of that, each time a Red Cross vehicle leaves the office, the driver has to keep reporting to an employee on duty whose job it is to monitor all the movements to make sure everything is okay and that the vehicles stay en route, or if they've made an emergency stop or something. On top of that, each car has a transmitter. Here you can see one. This transmits all data about the car's movements to the office, and all this information is monitored back in the office in real time in order to make sure that nothing wrong happens to the Red Cross staff on their missions. I knew that people come to work for the Red Cross from all over the world. When I was submitting my request for an interview with the organization's employees on site, and my first interview is with Maria from Moscow, Russia. She's a lawyer and she's been working in South Sudan for over 6 months now.
My first mission in South Sudan was short, 3 months only. When the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, I worked remotely for a few months from Moscow, and then I went back here in August and have been here ever since, no breaks.
Maria is in charge of the program that deals with a very serious problem in South Sudan, that of missing people. Different sources say that there have been about 4 million missing persons in the country since the civil war.
A lot of people end up missing because there is no system in place for processing the deceased persons and the remains. In other countries, the system is here, An identified deceased person is delivered to a morgue where relatives, if there are any, get a chance to ID them. After that, the remains are properly buried. In South Sudan, however, there are 2 or 3 forensic medical examiners at most, and there are no more than 5 or 6 properly equipped morgues in this country. Some of these are so small they cannot hold more than 10 bodies at a time. And there are only 2 morgues in the capital that can accommodate 20 to 30 bodies each. But that's certainly not enough.
Maria shares her office with Dud Kulan Mayan, who is a citizen of South Sudan. He was born in Sudan before the republic obtained its independence. Back then, Khartoum was the capital city, and still is, only in another country now. When the war started, Kulan's family had to move, or rather, they had to flee. He was only 5 back then.
Bombardment by the then Khartoum government. If they could locate you in a particular town at that moment, they would send Anton. This plane, they used to call them Anton. I don't know how exactly they are called now, but they send them to bombard people who are living at that area because it was assumed that they are harboring the rebel.
Did you personally hear any bombs?
Yes, I heard the bombs, and before we moved to this place called Natinga, we lived in Narus. And Narus is not as hilly as the Natinga.
Back then, South Sudan was fighting for its independence, and that conflict drove the new republic into the crisis it's now only trying to recover from.
The country has a lot of humanitarian problems affecting the population. There is a lot of armed violence. There are still areas where people die because of hostilities, and that's very sad. There are a lot of people who suffer from dire poverty. Lots of problems are climate-related. Flooding becomes a really big problem in absence of proper infrastructure and logistics, and many people suffer the consequences. They're often forced to abandon their homes and all their property and look for a place to survive elsewhere.
So Kulan's family moved to Kenya. It was a safe country that could offer food, security, and good education. He learnt English and had every chance to have a comfortable life there.
Living in Kenya, I lived as a refugee. I was not living as a citizen of Kenya. But knowing that there is somewhere you call a country.
And so he managed to find a good job in South Sudan, as much as it's harder here. He worked hard to get good education, and it paid off. Now he works together with Maria for the International Committee of the Red Cross.
South Sudan is one of the countries that have the biggest number of internally displaced persons who had to flee their homes for various reasons, such as armed conflicts and all sorts of violence, or because of the flooding. Migration is also a serious problem here.
If any of you are considering working for the Red Cross, look up their website for open positions. To apply, you need to be proficient in English or French, and you don't have to go to a very challenging place such as South Sudan. You can actually start in your own country or even in your city.
It's important for me to know why I'm working, that I'm doing something that helps secure a better future for some people. And it's more than just doing work for the sake of working. It's the kind of work that is rewarding. These are some big words, perhaps, but it really is the kind of work that makes me feel like I'm doing something useful both in terms of my career and my life.
As soon as Kulan completed his education, he left Kenya for his homeland, South Sudan.
Because I voted for the referendum. And when I voted for South Sudan, and after that, I think that was my biggest decision. Yes, coming to South Sudan.
When I see that South Sudan has people like Kulan, I feel that this country has a future to look forward to, and could one day become a thriving place, because it has people who are ready to help their fellow countrymen, despite the corruption, hunger, poverty, and other problems. This was Liado, with my program, How People Live. Here are the instructions that everyone needs to follow when entering the city. Firstly, you must lower your car's windows to let the cartel see you and let them know that you have good intentions. Stranger or not, you still have to do it. Otherwise, if your windows are up, God forbid tinted, the aggression towards you is guaranteed. Therefore, we will now go to a nearby city, wait for them to see us, and they might even stop and question us. My people, today I will show you a country where even the police drive around with gunmen for security. Police has no control in the city, and they don't even come here. If they do though, expect a massive conflict. We'll visit the Guerrero State Mountains, home of the largest heroin plantations in the country. This is where Mexicans grow their stuff. We'll talk to local gang members who weigh their cash because it's quicker to count it that way. These people don't just control a shop or a street, nope, not even districts. Instead, they control entire villages and towns. Each of these guys has a gun. Some look like Mosin rifles, some look like hunting guns, and even shotguns. I'll try and meet up with one of the largest narco cartels in Mexico to figure out just how much of the illegal stuff do they actually sell. Okay, they've taken me to some dodgy courtyard. Kind of get in here through this secret door, believe it or not. And I hope we come out of here afterwards. This beautiful bridge is basically the entrance to Mexico's most dangerous region. It's the Guerrero State, where half of Mexico's heroin production takes place. Honestly, when I was on my way to Mexico, I had no idea that this trip would turn out to be one of the most insane trips of my life. All due to the fact that Mexico is now experiencing a new evolution of drug wars, and today I'll visit cities with no army, no police, since it's narcos who control them. Welcome to How Do People Live by Leodov, from Mexico. The real map of Mexico has nothing to do with what you see on Google Maps. The whole country is split between gangs, locally called the cartels. And as for the rich and powerful ones, there are 10 of them. The 1,000-member strong Tijuana cartel is situated on the coast. Then comes the Juarez cartel, located at the border with the US. It is the most ruthless cartel in Mexico, known for burning people alive in their cars and hanging some people from lampposts just because they can. It's hard not to mention the Los Zetas cartel, renowned for their professionalism. This cartel comprises special forces, fugitives, and paratroopers from the local army. At first, these guys were like an army for rent, mercenaries, but then they became stronger and formed a fully fledged cartel. Still, as for the two most historically powerful cartels in the country, it's of course the Sinaloa cartel, responsible for 60% of drug trafficking into the US. Actually, these guys are more of a government. They have their own fleet of 600 planes, which is 5 times more than Mexico's largest airline, Aeromexico. And an army equipped with professional machine guns, sniper rifles, and armored trucks. Then there is the Jalisco cartel. It's the fastest growing one, since it took them only 6 months to expand from one coast to another. According to the stats, Mexico's most recent death toll has outpaced all the historic figures collected over the past 30 years. Over 30,000 people were reported dead or missing in 2019 alone, whilst unofficial figures must be much greater. All the Russians who live in Mexico warned me that it is a borderline crazy to go to the Guerrero State because it is currently the most dangerous state there is, and it's where the main drug war is taking place. It's where they stop cars and shoot people, like what happened recently when some traveling musicians were shot for no reason. Mexico also takes the 4th place in the world by the number of killed journalists, coming right after Afghanistan, Iraq, and India. As an example, one of the cartels recently shot a local journalist who was investigating the ties they have with the government. They also left a message in her car that read, "For speaking too loud." This, of course, is not just a random trip for me, and I have people expecting me on the other side. Still, even this doesn't really guarantee that everything will go to plan. And although these guys know that I am a foreigner and they are supposedly meant to be my friends, who knows what will happen and how things will turn out. To start with, I hope they show up and they will navigate us to the roads where people don't get shot. Carlos, my guide, is the first Armenian I've ever met who doesn't speak Russian. He was born and lived in Mexico nearly all his life. We made a turn for the main road, and now this is very much resembles a neighborhood from GTA. Random dudes on every corner. And right away they start checking us out.
And it's better to leave the things at the room at the hotel, and then we're able to walk with little cash. You don't walk with all your money. No. If you don't have money, they might get upset. So it's like a tip, you know?
Yeah. Arriba México, cabrones, esto es área restringida, no hay salida, la calle es peligrosa y se pone fría. Ya saben que ando bien pilas con la pinche adrenalina, seguimos haciendo música de cora pa' la grilla. California hasta Chihuahua, rima pesada en la bocina, checa el clima, perros bravos, seguimos en la movida. No es mentira, mi mentalidad escupe balas finas y pa' que pueda igualarnos tiene que dejarle
Arriba México. As for the towns that are caught in the cartel wars, well, they are very different to the rest of the country. No one ever goes there apart from the locals.
Tengo sabor, por eso cuando canto esa mami mueve la cadera. Ella está conmigo en el party, pero yo siempre la rescato afuera. Mi vida es una película y de vez en cuando una telenovela, llevando el carro en esta ciudadela, así que piren pa' afuera, ey.
We're on our way to the city that serves as a symbol of the narco wars in Mexico. It's where 40 students who protested against the local city mayor suddenly disappeared as if they never existed at all. Their bus was stopped on the way to a strike, and whatever mayhem happened next is still a mystery. 43 students disappeared with no trace, making it a global scale event that was covered by practically every news channel in the world.
The students were stopped by police, fired on, they were handed over.
Parents of the vanished students march a year after to commemorate the tragedy.
Several people were killed and 43 students disappeared.
The problem is that in order to get to their college, they had to pass a city called Trixtla that is controlled by 3 separate gangs. I found a little hideout to fire up my drone and check out the surroundings. It's a bit scary to fly a drone in such places, to be honest with you, because you never know what can happen. I can get shot, for example. This town is split between the gang Los Ardillos, it's them who killed the students, and then we have Los Rojos, who are part of the largest drug cartel in the Mexican Gulf, and the Cartel del Sur, that controls the surrounding heroin fields. We are meant to meet up with someone who will take us across the state, but he is not picking up.
Tratan y buscan las formas, cogen méritos y hasta se adornan. Y si fuéramos del mismo equipo, ustedes fueran Rodman y yo fuera Jordan. Yo no soy el más duro, pero veo mi futuro. A mí me he dado cuenta que lo que se viene millones de dólares seguros. Si no me crees, no me creas.
We haven't even entered the city yet, but already I feel as if we're entering someone's flat without asking. You sit in your car and everyone is staring at you, especially the tattooed guys. Then there are randomly parked cars with watchers who stop cars at will. A loaded weapon, police checkpoint, broken glass everywhere, and expensive cars, which is surprising given how poor the city is.
Pero me lo mama agachada en el baño, ey. I'm a snowman, I'm a snowman. Soy el viola novia busa corta. No me importa nada si tienes el culo como Nicky en su video Anaconda. Nunca esperes que yo te responda. Puedes esperar que yo me esconda, porque estoy en quilla fumando una onza.
This here is the real Mexico. It's hot, poor, and dangerous. Even police are armed, like there's no tomorrow. Turns out it's how police roam the streets, even in Mexico City these days. Finally, we've met up with our Connect, who will now give us survival instructions. They will first come collect some intel on you before you can be let in. Make sure you don't film anything when we enter the city. Don't let them see you with a camera. The region is controlled by a so-called humanitarian police, which in reality is linked to a cartel. We'll have to lower the windows. So they see us, right? Yeah. And if they ask us to stop, we stop. We'll talk to them and let's not get the cameras out before they identify us. Our job is to enter the city and talk to a student who could have been 44th dead on that day. He saw the slaughter with his own eyes but managed to escape. It's very hard to watch people like him because he is being watched, and he may not be willing to talk to us. There has been a lot of attention around this case recently because a bone of one of the students was found. The problem is that since cartel is linked to what happened, they're not too happy when someone comes and starts asking questions. In case you wonder if I'm scared, well, I'm not, but I'm wary. Wary because it's a very different culture. I speak too little Spanish to analyse what's happening around me, the atmosphere. And last but not least, there is nowhere to hide, because it's a fully enclosed town. Yep, what else? I mean, you can run, but there is just nowhere to hide, really, as the gang members are on every street. Therefore, we must obey the rules they set. Do not flex our wills and wants and do everything they say. It's a toll road that takes you to the city, and of course it's also accompanied by a gunman. Then there is a police station with no one inside. As I said, this city is not controlled by police and they don't even come here, as otherwise there will be a conflict. Most streets have their own drug dealers with a bag over their waist. These guys sell drugs and watch everything that happens in the city. The so-called eyes and ears of the cartels. Most drive with windows lowered. Not sure if it's because they've all broken air cons or for the same reason as we do. And everyone stares at me. Because my mug attracts a lot of attention. They call people like me gringo, which is how they typically call Americans actually, but I doubt they'll worry much to differentiate. Check these local stores. 2 sticks stuck into the pavement, some sheets over it and the shop is ready. Taxis resemble a grown-up version of a scooter, yet they're all rickshaws. Or how come some grandma's queuing to wash the clothes since there is no water at home? The town is full of unfinished buildings and weird garages, all covered with sheets instead of proper roofing. I see that some streets are blocked by the gangs. They just put a truck in the middle of the road with 3 people in it. This is what the entrance to the school looked like. It is a school where those students were from, and apparently it's safer here compared to the city, because the school keeps a constant fight for its rights. As you see, these here are the pictures of those who went missing. They are regarded as heroes. And even though a bone of one of the students was recently discovered, locals still believe that the students are alive, because there is no proof of anything else. As for the bone, they just accept that one of the guys must have lost a leg, but it doesn't quite stipulate death of the whole group of them. Josimar Fernandez, nicknamed Onion, was with the rest of the group on that day.
This guy used to be my roommate, Miguel Angel Mendoza, my friend. I called him when everyone disappeared.
On the night of the 26th of September 2014, the students took off to a demonstration in a nearby city. They never made it there though. Armed gang members surrounded the bus, screaming that everyone is going to die. They threw tear gas grenades inside and then held the bus driver at gunpoint, exclaiming that he'll die too.
Police started to shoot at us. They were shooting to kill. We got out of the bus and started throwing stones at them, but it was useless. Some of us very scared, some weren't. We tried to protect ourselves with stones, but the police just kept on shooting. One of the policemen shot at my friend. He was extremely aggressive, but we carried on. It was a slaughter. They wanted us to turn around and leave together with the bus.
Eventually the students managed to get away from the police, but then at some point the police was joined by gang members on a pickup truck, armed with weapons that were much more serious than smoke grenades. We are now entering the most dangerous neighborhood in Mexico City.
No camera?
Bloody everybody stops me and tells me to stop filming. Guess I've got a bit too far from my guides.
No, face no.
Some dude saw me filming and now is kind of following me around. He was asking why I was filming the neighborhood. The place is like a separate world. And I take it the only reason why I'm not getting beaten up right now is because my guide is sorting the issue out. This neighborhood is called Tepito, and it's only 10 minutes from the city center. You just pass the Norte Zone sign, and the city suddenly transforms from calm streets and mask-wearing people to one massive outdoor market, with its own laws, or street rules to be precise. At first glance, this is just an average, harmless market. People sell some random stuff. Clothes, shampoos, God knows what. But then the interesting part begins. This here is a state within a state. It's a humongous area where people don't only trade but live and work at some makeshift, secretive manufacturing facilities. Alright, everyone, meet Alfonso, born and raised in Tepito. Every evening and night, this place turns into drug trafficking central. It's packed with drug dealers who sell as they want, or as they say, things that make your nose happy and cheerful. It's what turns Tepito into a state of impunity. Regardless of the fact that Tepito is part of downtown, the heart of the city, no one cares about our neighborhood. Streets are full of crime, and police turn this place into a legal district for drugs.
некоторых кварталах здесь еще есть полиция, но...
Don't get me wrong, there is still police in some districts here, but in general they are non-existent, especially when it comes to Tepito, which is under control of La Union cartel. It's the most influential cartel in the capital.
Ты как бы смотрящий.
And their watchers are on every corner of every street here. See that guy in black wearing police-looking uniform? That's one of the watchers. He sees me, turns away, and starts talking into his radio. Then a local whistles at me and advises me not to film.
Вот эти патроны.
These watchers, the patrons as many call them, spotted me right away and made me sign not to film anything. And if you don't put your camera away, I guess it's when the problems start. There will be no more smiles if that happens.
A truck came out of nowhere, and people that were on it started shooting at us. This is when they got my friend. He ended up in coma.
These, of course, were not your usual police rubber bullets, but the real stuff.
We asked police for help, but they didn't move a finger to save my friend's life. He was unconscious, and we were still being surrounded.
As it turned out later, the guys with machine guns were part of the Guerreros Unidos cartel. They took the students for members of some other cartel and decided to shoot them all as per usual, whilst police, controlled by the mayor who hated the protesters, in turn supported the cartel and their actions.
We met one of our teachers nearby. She showed us a place where we can hide, and it was one very long and rainy night for us. It's when we found out that two of our other friends were also shot. Despite of all that, one of the students decided not to stay at the hideout. He was not keen on taking part in the demonstration in the first place, and told us that he has a kid and he wants to see him grow. So he left the hideout to go home, but was captured by the police. Later, we found out that they were tortured him and burned his face with cigarette butts.
Another version that circles around is that those students actually stole the bus that belonged to the cartel, and it just so happened that it was packed with cocaine. The whole case is still a mystery. According to some, they were taken to the local dump and burned alive, but people don't believe in that.
It's just not logical. It's impossible to burn 43 bodies at the dumpster, because fire does not evaporate bodies. More so, dumps are usually very humid, and hence we don't fall for this, whilst government insists for this specific version.
Tepito has always been a place where you can find anything you want, including pistols, machine guns, shotguns, you name it. And if you need it in volumes, then they've got your back too. We'll now try to go further in to see what happens in these markets. As a random passerby, you will only see flamboyant-looking locals selling food, deflated footballs, empty aftershave bottles, stolen car stereo, dinosaur-age hoovers and broken Rubik's Cubes. Elderly ladies clean cactus leaves, others make flapjacks for tacos. Still, if you take a look around, you'll notice a symbol of local gangs hanging at every junction, shoes strapped to cables. When someone dies, their shoes get hanged up. There aren't many of them. They fall down when it rains, but there are lots of them. In order to grasp just how many people get killed here, a local artist made a large graffiti to commemorate everyone who dies on these streets. At first he painted their faces, but then switched to silhouettes, only that walk towards the horizon. It's very hard to film anything here, because the cartel wants to control every documentary and news report. You have to ask for their permission first. Ask the cartel? Yes, and it's quite an impossible thing to do. The more we stayed in Tepito, the more people knew us. Everyone kept telling me to stop filming, and things were starting to heat up. Another thing that didn't play in our favour is that 2 weeks prior to my arrival, some gangs attacked the Minister of Security, as a result of which 2 police officers and passers-by were killed. As of then, police started to press on Tepito, whilst Tepito gangs became very suspicious of newcomers. We're trying to reach out to one of the main cartel guys who controls the area of Tepito. It's a very aggressive cartel. They hate newcomers. And me being here without preliminary notice has already pissed them off. Everyone is becoming tense, but we try to be open. We told them that we're not looking for any conflict. We just want to talk and ask for their point of view. Let's see what they come back with. Did he sound scared when you called him? Onion called his friend right when they were brought to the dump.
No se notaba porque... He didn't sound scared. In fact, the phone was in his pocket, but I've heard them running somewhere.
The mayor, who used this situation to put an end to protests, is now under arrest, along with many cartel members. But since then, nothing in this region has changed. This is what the current students say. Here's Rodrigo. His parents are farmers.
Como sabemos, en Guerrero es uno de los estados más violentos.
Guerrero is the most violent state with drug trafficking of an enormous scale. There are lots of fields here, and therefore this is where opium and weed are made. This is what these fields look like, and when you approach them, you get asked to switch your phone off, so that your location is not recorded via GPS. It's impossible to reach these places by car. Instead, you have to walk for 45 minutes from the nearest road. It's roughly 50,000 people who farm opium. We sell 1 kilogram for around $300 to $400, but it's during the rain season, and opposingly, you get a higher quality and product in the dry season that can then be sold for over $1,000. These days, when Narcos planted fields that were visible from space are long gone.
Estos grupos delictivos llegan a las...
Gang members come here to the fields and start to threaten the farmers. They practically make them plant opium. And if farmers don't agree, they just kill their families or kidnap relatives. There's no question whether they are capable of doing it, and hence farmers always agree. If they don't, then kidnapping starts, and it happens all the time. Local farmers usually don't try to play Rambos and plant whatever they get told to plant, especially when it's only how they can earn more than $1 per day.
We used to be scared of helicopters that spray toxins in our fields, but helicopters are gone now. These days, it's the killers who we are scared of, the sicarios. We sell radish for 30 cents, cabbage for 80 cents, and pumpkin seeds for $1.10.
Porque nomás los vemos y vayan a decir, pues ya nos
We always leave the notion that gangs can come at any given moment. It seems as if you've travelled back to the 19th century when you visit these regions. People pray to the rain. Treatments don't go beyond swallowing hot water and give birth by hanging themselves with a rope from the ceiling. In order to reach such place, I need to get in touch with someone who controls these towns. And unsurprisingly, these people live a different life.
Итак, значит, спустя неделю...
Okay then, a week of negotiations and we're finally having a response. We are now going to meet a guy who is locally known as Korean, although he is actually Mexican. Apparently he sells everything from guns to whatever else, although he is a tattoo artist by trade. Nice, you get a tattoo and a gun as a compliment most likely. He obviously doesn't post online ads, but everyone who needs a gun knows him. Even if you don't know such people, you just ask around and someone will direct you to him. One way or another, you will end up at his shop, be it in one person you ask or more. Things start to turn strange very quickly. First, my guide talks to some random woman. Then a guy pops out of nowhere, gives my guide a phone. I have no idea how they found us. He'll be here in 30 minutes. We then wait for 2 hours. And finally they tell us that this is where the interview will take place. I start setting up and then someone else comes with a tattoo on his neck that reads, "Only God can judge me," and a tattoo of a grenade right next to it. He is followed by 2 younger guys who constantly whisper something to each other, call someone, and then take us to a different location. We are now entering the zone where no cameras are allowed. They told me I can't even film on my small camera, and it's critical that no one sees any of my equipment, because it's an area where no strangers are allowed, especially with cameras. See you in a bit. It's somewhere here where we make things you don't talk about, and therefore the level of attention to us is colossal. We come across 2 policemen on a scooter, and I see how tense everyone becomes. Then we have the green light to go on. We pass a guy smoking weed, and unfortunately I can't show you what's happening inside due to YouTube rules. We are now in some courtyard. We went through a door no one would typically pay attention to, and this is where we find a tattoo spot. I'm going in. My first question to the Korean is whether those policemen have any clue what's going on in here, and what happens if someone snitches on them.
If you show police that it is the place where the drugs are sold, then cartel will find and kill you. Thing is, police knows all the drug spots anyways, but they do nothing, because they get paid. Of course, if someone comes to them and points out a specific location, they will have to investigate. But at the same time, they will let the gangs know that there is a snitch inside. This neighborhood is split into streets, where each is controlled by separate gangs. All streets are under someone's control.
Korean was born in Tepito, and more specifically right here, because his tattoo spot is part of his parents' house. His father was gang affiliated, and crime was always around the Koreans since childhood.
He used to rob houses and people on the streets. I remember constant gang wars for territory. Once, some people came to our house and attacked my dad. It was a proper battlefield. One of those guys stuck his knife into my father's heart, and my dad nearly died back then.
Oh, and 10 minutes away from the Korean, there is a totally different Mexico. This is the city business district, and would you just look at these stunning buildings? You've got the so-called skyscrapers here, and the reason why I said so-called is because there is simply no way how you can build them higher than this, due to all the earthquakes that shake this region. Therefore, these tall buildings are quite an achievement, because local earthquakes usually wipe half the city out. Those who live near the coast don't even bother settling in their houses for long, or build something substantial, because it's either an earthquake or a hurricane that will get it at some point. There are even seasons when hurricanes begin and come one after another. Despite all this and the cartel wars, Mexico is the richest country in Latin America after Brazil, and it's 15th place in the world by GDP, which means that countries like Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, Norway and Netherlands are all below it. Mexico city centre is like a little version of Manhattan. There are double-deckers roaming the city just like in London, and thanks to a myriad of CCTV cameras, many districts are absolutely secure even in the evenings. Elena is originally from Moscow, but she now lives in Mexico City full-time. And guess how much she's renting this flat out for? She makes a living by building musical instruments, singing, performing and teaching. And this flat costs her $950. Whilst in Moscow, you'll struggle to find anything for this price. What do you like about this place?
I love how easy people are here. You can be waiting for your coffee outside a takeaway and then start chatting to people in the queue. I think it's common for Southerners. 10 minutes later, you're best friends already. Everything that has to do with communication is just super easy. If a club gets shut at 2 AM, everyone starts looking for the next place to move to. In Europe, people would have just gone home because order is primary there. But here, it's just a never-ending flamboyancy. They have to finish.
Try this.
Ну, кстати, нет.
It's tasty.
I don't think so.
Ну, жесть.
I like it.
This is bad.
Why though?
Actually, it's better now since I swallowed it. It's crispy. Grasshoppers taste like... I'd assumed a dry fly would taste the same.
I think a fly would be a little bit more fat.
I agree, but this one is dry, like a light version of a fly.
Usually elderly people that sell them.
Next, we have the swamp mosquitoes.
Болотные комары на вкус.
Swamp mosquitoes are... They're quite sandy, don't you think?
Yeah.
As if a fly was mixed with the sand you get in the Maldives or Goa. It's not the typical sand, I call it like micro sand actually. You enjoy every step when you walk on it. And finally comes the mite.
Ну прям натуральный клоп. Клоп.
I mean, you wouldn't eat a mite, right? It doesn't smell like a mite.
Oh yeah, they usually smell horrid.
Он еще горький какой.
Yeah, guy's a freaking bug. Jesus, never in my life did I imagine it'd come to this. It's bitter. I hate it. Don't eat bugs, people.
Was it similar to the way they usually smell?
There is no smell, but it has something bitter inside. I hate this part of my vids. It's only the poor districts where people eat this stuff. And as for traditional food, of course it's tacos.
Лепешка, она типа из кукурузы.
The flapjack is made from corn flour and it tastes... Although I couldn't figure the right description for it back then, I can now. It tastes like wet cardboard.
Прикол в том, что вся еда...
All the food you can think of becomes a taco in Mexico. This is my 3-course meal. I've got meat, some mash, but in the end, you make a taco out of it. See, you just combine your rice with beans, some meat,
then mash, and regardless of how hard you try, you still end up with a taco. I've done a Russian-style taco here, soaked in meat sauce. Mezcal is the main drink of any local party. It's like tequila, but better because it's not mass-produced.
Аналог нашей водки, но он...
Think of it as vodka, but stronger. It's a 55% alcohol. So it's stronger than vodka, and apparently you drink it as if you're kissing it, sip by sip. Let me try.
Wow, как-то я глубоко поцеловал прям.
That was a kiss too deep, I think. Honestly, although it's 50%, I can say it's more harsh. It tastes as if you mix aloe with vodka and end up with vodka that's been infused with herbs. Mexico City is where you come across random dudes sleeping on the pavements covered by pieces of plywood. But in general, the local vibrancy takes your breath away. Look at these happy couples, for example, dancing the lockdown away for the rest of the world. The streets here are shared by drug dealers. Like this one, who decided to go undercover as soon as he saw me filming. And families who change diapers some 10 meters away. Graffiti is everywhere, as well as drying clothes, pants on hangers, and specialised drying cages. Another thing that you see practically everywhere you go are little markets. Here is something very local for you.
Смотрите, местная тема, это просто...
Fancy some music on a USB? You come with your USB and they upload some tunes on it. Or you can buy a USB with preloaded music if you don't have one. What a thing!
La disco se pone loca porque llegué yo. A ella se le agua la boca cuando oye mi voz. Yo no salgo de la casa si no es con la Glock. Ando siempre en codo con los míos. En la mano una botella full de Hennessy. Solo las mujeres bellas al lado de mí.
When was the last time you heard gunshots in Tepito?
Ayer. Yesterday.
Really?
It's an everyday thing, isn't it? It's like the Tepito's anthem, daily thing. Maybe someone had a birthday and decided to shoot in the air.
What about gunshots related to cartel wars?
Must have been 3 days ago. Some guy got killed near the block where I live. Nothing serious, just a gunfight. Then police came to take the body. The guy was from a different gang. Main rule here is not to get others stuck with your own problems. You do your thing, and it does not relate to everyone else but you. Otherwise, you just don't respect the Tepito. But even these rules started to disappear with time. Back in the day, there was robberies and kidnapping, but everyone respected the neighborhood. Nowadays though, youngsters don't show the same respect. They can come and try dealing with drugs outside of the area. But it is also when people on bikes and trucks appear and restores justice because rules shouldn't be broken.
Tepito is like a city within a city, with its own yards and districts.
Это, например, обычный жилой дом.
See this place? It's a typical local house where people have lived for generations. Inside there is a restaurant. You walk in, right into the kitchen, then wash your hands. Yep, you just scoop some water and get the dirt off your hands. Kitchen is right opposite. And as you can see, they've got shitloads prepared already. And then you enter the living room, which is turned into a restaurant hall with a big table that most of us would have in our living rooms too. So you just sit here enjoying your homemade meal and stare at pics of someone's relatives. Next come the weird balconies that I've never seen before. They don't have any railings and locals seem to use them as a storage for things they don't need.
Так выглядят внутренние дворы.
This is what a typical courtyard looks like inside these buildings. It's an enclosed space and only people who live here can access it. This here is where they wash their clothes. Yep, it's just crate-looking things made out of bricks. You put your stuff in and then rub it. Water comes from that barrel, and then you just hang everything to dry like we saw earlier. Oh, and most lampposts are wrapped in barbed wire so that no one steals the bulbs. Mexicans seem to have a different take on death and turn it into a cult. Sometimes women say they pray to the devil. Seriously, people come to makeshift death churches and leave cigarettes and beer here. Apparently it's what death prefers to flowers. The logic behind it all is that everyone is equal when it comes to death, regardless of whether you've been selling drugs or served in a church.
Many people are scared of death, but we aren't. I love that, for example. It symbolizes recovery and intellect to me.
Welcome to the typical family house in Tepito. There isn't much space, the sofa is wrapped in plastic bags, And as for chairs, they are all folding. This is what the interior is like. Entrance is followed by a kitchen. There is a table, but a folding one too, since space is of the essence. Then we have a bedroom that you cover with a curtain, and a lounge where I guess people can hang around, although second floor is where everyone spends most of their time. It's just one room, probably 7 square meters at most. There is some space where you can iron your clothes, a washing machine behind a bed. It may seem that everything is piled on top of each other, but in reality, all the necessities are present. This house accommodates a family of 5, the wonderful Senora, her husband, children and grandchildren.
We own a spot at the market. We sell bags, belts, accessories in general.
Is it true that there are people you pay money to every month?
I can't talk about that.
Because you're scared?
Yes, very scared.
People are scared because it's the cartel members that control the market. To be specific, I'm talking about La Union cartel that I mentioned earlier. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're selling bags, belts, or even lemonade. You still have to pay and share with the cartel.
Actualmente,
La Union cartel took the market under its control, and everyone who works here must pay them monthly. Those who don't, disappear from here quickly.
I was jailed in 1999 for kidnapping, and also for being part of the gang. So I had this friend who worked for one very rich Korean, and we decided to kidnap the guy. We weren't kidnapping people on a daily basis, no. But it seemed as a good opportunity to use at the time. Plus, the Korean wasn't paying for protection.
If you ask the Korean what he does for a living, he'll tell you tattoo artist and actor, and a few other little things.
I heard that
I've heard you can buy pretty much anything here, is that true?
Casi no todo.
Not nearly everything. Everything. You can buy cars, bikes, guns, everything you want.
Can you get hold of a Kalashnikov?
Yep, including Italian guns like Beretta, machine guns.
An M16?
Sure, we call it corn because of the look of its barrel.
And how much would it cost roughly?
Well, $1,200 will get you a good Kalashnikov. Small caliber guns start at $300.
No one would sell one to me, right?
No, but they sell it to me and I can then pass it to you. On a serious note though, if you happen to stroll into one of these places, they'll just take everything you have on you and kick you out.
What if you want someone to get killed? Is that something that can be arranged?
If you pay well.
How much do you reckon it would be?
A couple of grand.
Сейчас я лечу в город, который называется Гвадалахара.
I'm now boarding my flight to Guadalajara, which is where one of the most influential cartels is located. They are known for being super cocky, audacious, and cultivation of seedless weed, which is apparently much easier to transport because it can be packed tighter. You basically fit a third more into a truck, which is obviously handy when it comes to logistics.
Ricky.
I'm met by Ray, who was born and raised in Guadalajara. He too has spent some time in jail for drug trafficking.
Nice bar. They shut it down because they kill people inside. They just walk in and they kill the son of one of the rich guy here in Guadalajara.
2 years ago, local graveyards ran out of space as a result of continuous cartel wars, so the government decided to stock dead bodies in refrigerated semis, causing a wave of indignation as locals started to complain about the smell and flies these refrigerators attracted. Opposingly, the godfathers are buried in fully fledged castles and villas that go up to $500,000 in price. Yep, no one lives in these houses. They serve as graves to the cartel leaders. We're now entering the most gang-filled neighborhood in Guadalajara, and I see how the scenery quickly starts to change. Cartels use these neighborhoods as kidnapping central. They take their victims to these houses, and what's convenient is that police is not allowed to enter property. Plus, they mostly don't even bother coming here.
Like this, look at this house that we're gonna see right here. How in the hell do you explain that? A nice house in an area like this.
As mentioned earlier, Ray was also jailed for drug trafficking. It happened after he moved to the US at the age of 15, and his friend offered him a job.
We took 100 kilos from Los Angeles to Phoenix, Arizona. It's weird because
It's a long way.
It's a long way, and I was making, like I say, 25 per pound, so 50 per kilo, and we hit it in the ceiling, and that was my fear. Like if I could pull over, I had no license to start with, so I was driving all over.
You had no driving license?
No, I was 15. I didn't even have papers, so I was driving all over the country. He was paying me $200. No, actually, with him, I was making much more.
4 times more?
No, much more, because I think the first trip I make like $7,000, and it was $7,000 on one trip per 10 pounds because it was speed. It was a different drug. It was more expensive. But I didn't drop. I didn't do anything. I just put them on a backpack and I got on the truck.
Еще одна чисто мексиканская тема.
Another super Mexican thing is that they all love to clean their shoes. You stroll around in the city centre and these shoe cleaners come one after another. Never seen so many of them in any other country in the world. I mean, look, it's 7 of them just in this corner. You cross the street and there are even more. This is because Mexicans consider their shoes to be a show of who they are. You put yourself on the map at a meeting if you have tidy shoes. That's how it works. You practically roll your balls out and the result of the meeting is fully dependent on it. Another utterly normal thing to see in the city is a funeral procession. And it's not the president's funeral, no, it's just the way things are done here. A very surprising problem in Mexico is the lack of tap water, which is strange given that the city was built by Aztecs on a massive lake and initially looked as if it was Venice. Aztecs saw an eagle holding a snake and decided that it is a sign of a perfect place for a city. They started to build dams, bridges, and eventually dried the lake to such an extent that nowadays some neighborhoods get their water supply from trucks.
Mexico, we don't have a permanent bomb of water in the cities. It could be 1 hour, it could be 3 hours. So that's the reason that we have all these cisterns on the roof. That when you have the power to pump water, then you fill your tank and then you use it from there. Because it could be the half of the day that you don't have water, or could be weeks.
There are more people here than in some cities in India, a place where sometimes you want to lock yourself in the bathroom to spend some time on your own. Mexico City is the most densely populated city in the world, accommodating 22 million people, which in pandemic-free times meant atrocious traffic jams. Thankfully though, their underground is one of the most developed in North America, coming right after New York.
Так выглядит метро мексиканской столицы.
This is what the Mexico City underground looks like. I've just passed a guy who was enjoying a joint. But as for the underground, a single trip costs around 30 cents. What's different is that these carriages run on proper tyres, which is very similar to the underground in Paris. Tyres make for a very comfy ride. And last but not least, there are more stations here than in Chicago, Washington and Toronto.
Охренеть, вот такого я не видел вообще ни в одной стране.
There is something new to me. You see this metal railing here? It is written here that this area is for women and children only. And there is even a policeman who controls that no men enter. This was done to protect the women from getting sexually assaulted, killed and so on, which happens quite often, I would assume. See, it reads exclusively for women and children. Don't you just love the Spanish language? I don't know it, unfortunately, but I love the way it sounds. Imagine walking into a loo at a restaurant, for example, and seeing the male toilet being called caballeros.
Otro muerto en la avenida. Ahora los tiempos cambiaron y todo es lindo, pero no se me olvida. Todas las cosas que...
Based on the neighborhoods I've been to here, it may seem as if Mexico is all about narcos. Although I assume this is a wrong understanding.
Look, I try not to put myself in places and situations that are an obvious no-go. I mean, I've travelled across the whole of South America and seen many things. But you just know that, for example, this place is alright and the other one isn't. There's a neighbourhood called Lomas, for example. It's where super rich people live, in their huge mansions and 24/7 security and all. But it's also where the chief of police was shot a couple of weeks ago at 6 a.m.
Word on the street is that Tepito's own union cartel was behind all this, but overall it's a norm when a cartel tries to kidnap or kill politicians and their families, in a bid to push their way through. Cartels simply cannot operate without political protection, and therefore they constantly try and find common grounds with them. These days, cartels don't just do drugs. Judging by Tepito, their main business is fake clothing. We have a chance to see how these clothes are made. The clothes that are sold on the markets locally.
Okay, sorry.
Oops, she asked not to film. But yeah, she is finalizing a Gucci bag right now. Some, of course, import these clothes from China, but most people set their local manufacturing. Production is quite the same in the whole neighborhood, where nearly every house has a room where they make these accessories. There is a sewing machine here and bags of freshly made clothes, like this Nike jacket that was finished a second ago. Of course, like any legit product, this stuff comes with branded labels. We make the labels here too, but just so you know, we operate under Nike license, unlike the rest. It's a profitable business, we love it. How much do you make? Around $1,500 per month. For comparison, an average wage in Mexico City is $350, and if you want to earn more, you must have the balls to partner with a cartel. In some cities though, you don't even have a choice, and you have to pay the cartel for protection. This, for example, is the city of Chilpancingo, which is the capital of the gang-filled Guerrero state, which is where we started our journey. It's where the cartels are so deeply integrated into the economy that even the grocery store prices already include the cartel's margin. Imagine that. Meat, tomatoes, alcohol, everything. Jose Luis makes and sells mezcal, and just like the rest of the population, he too pays the cartel on a weekly basis. The cartel costs begin with $20 and reach $2,500 every 15 days. They would threaten, torture you or kill your relatives to get their money. It's common for them to kill someone as a showcase of what would happen if we don't obey. They have their own meat distribution network, and at the same time we make all meat shops pay them extra for protection. At times they can send their people to monitor your sales, and if something goes wrong, they'll just confiscate your shop from you. These additional fees include the price of the products, and it becomes unprofitable to continue the business.
They asked a guy that they wanted one trailer full of food for cows and animals. And the guy's like, you know what, you give me 50% ahead, and once I deliver it, you give me the other 50%. And he's like, no, you're just gonna deliver it. He's like, no, I'm not gonna deliver it. Next day, they found the heads guy.
Those who run bars and restaurants operate on different terms with the cartels.
They ask you wanna pay, or you want us to run our business inside? Which it means that you can walk into a nightclub or a bar, and you can see him, selling dope, whatever you want.
Selling what?
Selling dope, drugs. I don't know, whatever you want, cocaine, pills, meth. If you don't want them in your business, you pay.
This is how it works, guys. See that guy behind me? He just stands here by the loos and offers everyone drugs. Mexico's black market economy started long before the world got acquainted with cocaine and heroin, and it's hard to blame Mexicans for it, because it's all down to the geography. They're stuck between the most developed economy in the world, the US, and Colombia, that produces everything that's in huge demand, but at the same time is banned in the US. Back in the 20th century, during the introduction of dry states in the US, Mexicans were the ones who supplied them with alcohol. At first they did it single-handedly, and these people were called bootleggers because they actually wore boots that had wooden patches on the soles to make their footprints look as if they were cows passing by. Therefore, sheriffs didn't pay much attention to those when searching for secretive bootlegger trails. At some point, the supply increased to such an extent that alcohol production in Mexico increased 8-fold. Once the dry laws were cancelled, Mexicans started to import weed. And no, it wasn't some kind of weed you'd grow on your balcony. In 1984, a field of weed was discovered worth over $3 billion, which is more than what Saudi's oil reserves used to cost. There was enough weed there to fill the road from New York to Washington, which, excuse you me, is roughly 400 kilometers long. Shortly after was followed by Colombian cocaine, when Escobar and Cali cartels, the two most powerful cartels in the world, struck a deal with the most influential godfather in Mexico, Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo. This is Adriana, and she knew Felix in person.
We're all assholes, and we all were privileged kids. Yeah. And here we are, we knew the government, we knew the governor, we knew the president of the city, we it was like our parents' friends, and it just gave us a lot of power. Yeah. And it was really bad and after a while, it stopped being fun, and it started being very, very scary, where they had nothing to do and they would kill people. You had to be very careful what you said. Yeah. If you insulted them, or if they thought you were insulting them, you were like, no. It's a miracle that I'm sitting here talking to you today.
One of the main godfathers in Tijuana was attracted to Adriana and was always around her at those crazy parties where people would ride their motorbikes into the pool and snort cocaine like there was no tomorrow.
He was wearing his cowboy boots, leather shorts, mink vest, no shirt. It was very surreal. I was expecting this big guy, like macho, with like the guns and, you know, and it wasn't. It was this funny looking guy wearing leather shorts, boots, cowboy boots, and a mink jacket in the middle of June.
Do you remember something shocking from this time?
They're like, let's go to this party. And we go to this party, and I walk in, and there's Ramon giving out like little envelopes with Coke, you know, like the seal packages. And he was giving me one, and I'm like, no, thank you. No, thank you. And he's like, what? Are you like straight age or what? I'm like, it doesn't matter what I am or not. You know, I'm not gonna take drugs from you because I'm not gonna go to bed with you. What the fuck are you thinking? And you're like the worst thing that could have ever happened to our society. And I just started going on and on and on and on, like I know how to do.
Yes.
And all of a sudden the music stops. And my voice just travels like all through the whole 4 walls of the party. My legs were like trembling because I thought he was gonna kill me right there and then.
Oh, and these guys were capable of it.
One of my good friends was asked out by his brother, and she didn't want to go out with him. So he had her brakes, the cables to the brakes cut. She was coming down a hill, but thankfully they had these, you know how they have the piles of sand in case your brakes go and you can just crash into those? So she crashed into those. But it was very scary.
Район, где я нахожусь, это...
We're now in the most upmarket neighborhood in Guadalajara. It was practically formed when the main cartels started to make their first big money and went on a shopping spree, buying these houses left, right and center. This house here used to belong to one of the leaders of the cartel, and he too owned dozens of houses in the area, so that police don't keep track of his whereabouts. As for Ray, he never managed to earn this much, but still had 2 Cadillacs, an Audi and enough money for a good living.
I was getting between 5 and 15,000 per kilo. Depends on how much they take because the price changes. The more they take, the cheaper it is. And I did that for like a year. And I got caught. I got caught because the guy that I was working with, he got caught. They were chasing him. Actually, he was under surveillance for like 2 years. Oh. So when I started working for him, he was already hot. Oh. And I didn't know. We have a guy that was snitching on us. He was telling on us, he was recording us, he had microphones, cameras.
Really? So it was like a policeman undercover?
Yeah, we had an undercover. A friend of his.
Ray didn't care about much back then and rock and rolled his life away until after one party he returned from and fell asleep.
I was sleeping naked, very nice, you know, hangover. It was funny because it was like a movie. FBI came, drug task force came, with police department came. They came in the house. They didn't have a warrant, but my uncle let him in because I was living at my uncle's house. So he got scared and he opened the door. They came in. I have drugs, but they didn't see it. They searched the whole house. I have 2 guns. That's the reason they took me. But they already had a lot of evidence against me, you know, videos, DVDs, and the guy. He transcribed like 5,000 pages about me, so they had me.
US officials were planning on jailing Ray for 25 years, but since he cooperated with the police, his term was decreased to 57 months, which is a little less than 5 years. Once his jail term came to an end, he was deported back to Mexico, and he now works as an Uber driver, reminiscing of the fun times he had.
Like right now, you know, like you can be out at 10, 11, 12, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., you don't worry about nothing. Right now it's 10, you have to be. Yeah, but they were not violent as now, you know, they were all together. There was one cartel for the whole country.
You'd be surprised, but it's the truth. Back then, the largest cartel in Guadalajara absorbed smaller cartels and turned into a monopoly. They called themselves Federación, and it was making billions of dollars. Everything changed when the US DEA agent arrived and found the huge field I mentioned earlier. Right after it, he was kidnapped by the Guadalajara cartel, tortured for 30 hours and then killed. Since then though, cartels had to deal with consistent ambushes organised by both the US and Mexican governments. Eventually, they even managed to capture Felix, the boss of the cartel. Just look in his eyes, he seems to be unstirred. he was the most powerful cartel boss in the whole history of Mexico. Federación was then split into smaller cartels, and a couple of years later, the massacres started between them at a scale that was never before seen by the police.
Back in 96, 98, we had the worst violent criminal wave that we've ever had. People were being kidnapped left and right, people were being shot and killed. And my oldest brother, was kidnapped.
According to the police, 2 of Adriana's brothers were also cartel members, and 1 is still in jail. Police regard him as a sicario, whilst the second brother just knew too much. The family, on the other hand, believes the police mixed up the 2 brothers and got the wrong one.
They tortured them, and they would show him pictures of his kids and of his wife and my parents and myself and my brothers, and like doing our daily stuff and saying, well, we know where they are. And
It is only after 30 years of Narcos dominance that the government decided to really fight back. In 2006, the elected president, Felipe Calderón, announced a war on Narcos. He didn't have a plan really, and instead decided to send the army to the most roughest of the spots. As a result, by the end of his presidency, there were 120,000 victims of his war, which equates to 53 deaths per day for 6 years.
Время 7 утра, я нахожусь сейчас в...
It's 7 a.m. and I'm in the capital of the most dangerous state in Mexico. We're about to leave to even crazier places, because as it turns out, there are cities that are governed completely by the cartels, which means that they have their own police, own army, and they don't let the official government police and army in. We are right now in the middle of this self-proclaimed state, and as you see, it's not just checkpoints where you see people with guns, but even petrol stations. In the next episode, we will meet human traffickers who will not just take you over the border, but up to that famous wall for just a couple of grand.
Здесь вот прям рукой подать до Америки.
US is right next door to us now, and the only people who can stop us are the US patrols, because as for our trafficker friend, he pays to the cartel for security. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss the next episode, and do keep an eye on my Instagram page, where I'll be posting pictures from this trip. This is Leodor on How People Live.
Arriba México.
Любопытная деталь.
Curious detail here. Have a look. Behind me you can see boots with laces tied, tossed over electric wires. It means that this district is under the protection of a gang that manages the area. You can't just come here, really. When we arrived, we were asked to stay in the car. Our attendant went to talk to particular people. Only after this were we greeted and allowed to come in. Today I will show you how people live in a country where you should only walk the street holding things you are ready to give away to folks with guns, who will surely find you sooner rather than later. Today we will visit the most terrifying districts where 30 people shot per day is kind of normal. Most of the crimes happen in these districts. Robbery, murders, kidnapping. We will also pay a visit to the local Upper East Side. Huge golf fields, and they are not empty, unlike shelves in the shops. We will find out why a portion of fries in McDonald's costs $130. When you eat these fries, you're getting from time to time this stuff which is unchewable. Tastes kind of like wood. We will also visit the Venezuelan carnival. Venezuela is an amazing country because a full tank of gas costs around 8 cents, whereas toilet paper is $8.42. Venezuela is an amazing country because it has one of the richest oil reserves in the world, yet the income level per capita hardly climbs over $10. By the way, I was really lucky with the drone shooting, because now in Venezuela, you can really go to jail if you're caught flying one. Recently, there was an assassination attempt on Maduro. A drone flew as close to him as possible and then exploded. Since then, anyone with the drone has been arrested. That's why I'm sincerely grateful to our cameraman. By the way, people, at the end of the video I will run a contest with prizes that I've personally brought from South America. A collectible bottle of rum, 1 bolivar that is super hard to find now, and I will say why. My name is Leodov, and you know me from the People channel. Now I will show how people live in the most unusual places on the planet. Subscribe and like the channel right now. This is our program, How People Live. For the second year in a row, analytics company Gallup has been listing Venezuela amongst the most dangerous countries in the world. The number of murders per 100,000 citizens is 81.4. If someone stops you and demands money or something else, just silently raise your hands and give him all you have. I heard it's better not to look them in the eyes, because the number one rule is, if there's too much hassle and it's easier to shoot you, he will simply shoot you. These cases are hardly ever cracked. It's actually getting darker in the street now, and I'm walking with a phone in my pocket. No match to holding camera on the head level. Like, who would even notice? You probably shouldn't do that. On my way from the airport, I was told that recently, a couple of days before my arrival, a Russian was attacked. He was just walking to the shop, not suspecting any threat. He tried to resist and was eventually hit in the forehead with the butt of a gun. As a result, brain concussion, and all the money he had was stolen. Another story happened to a delegation going by car. They were stopped at the traffic light, and while the criminals were trying to take off the wedding ring, apparently gold, they broke the man's finger. The main type of transport in the Venezuelan barrios are motorbikes. Small houses in the street are built as close as possible. Traditionally, most of the crimes happen exactly in these districts: robbery, murders, kidnapping. The situation is so drastic that a couple of years ago, Venezuelan military were ordered not to drive in the nighttime because the robbers would hunt them to get a free load of Kalashnikovs. The same order instructed the military not to use mobile phones when standing at traffic lights during the daytime. Actually, traffic robbery is typical not only for Venezuela, but for all of Latin America, especially for Brazil. Tourists usually go to the local favelas with attendants and for cash. For example, in the Petare district, 30 killed over the weekend is around normal. This is how a typical shooting in a Venezuelan favela looks. One group is on the roof, a guy falls after a gunshot. Another one is hiding behind the corner of a house. For you to see how habitual such a mess is for the locals, have a look at the guy in shorts. First he runs around with a gun, then he gets tired, comes over to his house, has a relaxed chat with his wife, then simply takes the plate to eat some porridge, and apparently waits for the police. Most of the killings in the barrio result from the fights amongst local gangs, so the police don't even bother. I heard you can rent a revolver here for $60 per day, but judging by the situation, I don't really trust these numbers. I think it's much cheaper. Other districts are pretty peaceful in the daytime. The center of Caracas doesn't look like a district in the world's most dangerous city at all, though statistically, Caracas does top the list. A couple of kiosks with ice cream, but people live in, to put it mildly, simpler conditions. Look how I live. I have a cable TV here. We don't have electricity now, but we're waiting for it to be switched on. Really, there's a TV under a shelf with watermelons, plus a couple of suitcases on the counter. This is my kitchen. Here I cook a bit, mainly something fast. He washes in this barrel, but there is no water now, as well as electricity, so there is a candle on a shelf, most probably from the church. Showering here is actually complicated. In 2009, Hugo Chavez, ex-president of Venezuela, forbade people from showering for more than 3 minutes. There are people who need to wait for the water to heat up. Why? What for? So they switch on water and let it run? Drinking water? Every minute of it is a criminal act. 1 minute for soap, 1 for shampoo, 1 to finish up. I counted 3 minutes, and I don't stink. Until now, you can't always get hot water, and not everywhere. And now 5 seconds for you, friends, to guess how much this man earns per month. $3, $30, $130, or $300? $1 million bolivars. The owner of the shop is my brother. My duties include security. I help as an unskilled laborer. $1 million bolivars is almost $300, which is a crazy amount salary for Venezuela. Honestly, I didn't even believe it at first, but our guide assured us that this is a central fruit stall, and the numbers look real.
Despite the crisis in this country, there are almost all the biggest American chains here. For example, Wendy's. I personally love burgers there, better than in Mackie D's or Burger King. Shame Wendy's closed in Moscow. There's also Pizza Hut. And I'm not only talking about the capital. For example, here's a Burger King in San Cristobal, a town with a population of 300,000 people. It is on the border with Colombia. There is literally no one here. I really don't get how come this Burger King operates at all. One burger here costs around $7, so you can buy 1.5 burger for a monthly pay. There is not a single soul here. And what's curious, the kitchen doesn't work either. It works somehow partially. I mean, I come and they promise that they will make me a burger. At the same time, they don't have any intermediate products for burgers. Like, there are no buns, no potatoes, there's no salad for sale. There he is, the only person I saw in Burger King except for us for 3 days that we've been staying in a hotel nearby. And guess what he's eating? What he brought with him in a container. It appeared to be a local employee. What's funny is they've actually built the shit for queuing. They found it somewhere, placed an order. It's not that simple here in Venezuela. They spent money, so please, line up everyone. A lunch for 3 people cost us around $40, $13 per person. Very expensive. Fast food in Venezuela is generally very expensive. For example, my dinner at McDonald's. Yes, in order to stay chubby, I eat dinner at McDonald's. Always honest with you guys. A combo with burger that looks like a classic Big Mac. The original Big Mac was withdrawn from sales because it's impossible to produce here. The central bun that separates 2 Big Mac meat patties. This dinner costs $24,000 by 3 equals 8. $8. Let's see what kind of Big Mac that is. Well, you know, it's okay. I thought it could be a lot worse, especially taking into account what I've been eating before in this wonderful country. Not bad at all. Very similar to a Big Mac. A Big Mac costs 14,000 bolivars if you buy it separately, a bit more than $3. Venezuelan Big Mac costs 2 times more than in Russia. As for the fries, it's an interesting thing and it's really different. Why? Because it's not potatoes. The thing is, potatoes in Venezuela are extremely expensive, almost $2 for a kilo. The so-called fried potatoes are made of a root plant called yucca. The taste is kind of similar. Of course, you sense something different, but generally it's similar. Venezuelan McDonald's once calculated that if they used real potatoes, then one portion would have cost $133 US. It is generally impossible to understand the prices in Venezuela. For example, in the lobby of our hotel, 1 shot of whiskey costs $58. 1 shot, not a bottle. No surprise, alcohol in the bars is protected even from staff by measuring tapes, so that they don't overpour it or pour it off for resale. It is more expensive to eat at the food court here than in a restaurant. For example, a venue attended by all the embassy employees, it looks very expensive. A piece of meat is around $10. At the entrance, you are greeted by a bottle of vodka from Roberto Cavalli for a crazy $30, 3 months salary. There's also a sign asking to take your gun out before entering the restaurant. Before 2012, guns were sold here like mangoes, literally on every street corner. New laws allow only the sale of guns to military, police, or employees of the security services. But since the adoption of the law, the number of guns amongst the civil population has skyrocketed from 3 to almost 6 million. Most of the weapons, of course, end up in the arms of criminals. Venezuelan mafia clans' network today looks as follows. There are 5 types of gangs. The first one is colectivos, the guys on motorbikes. They usually control the districts that are dangerous for ordinary policemen. Politically, they are supporting the ruling regime. The second type of gangs are the so-called pranes. Prane is a slang word for a leader managing the gang from behind the bars. They collect common money by robbing people on the streets as well as in the gold mining areas. People there earn relatively well compared to the rest of the country. The third gangs are the so-called Las Magabandas. This is the most qualified gang. They do not only do robbery but also securities fraud. The fighters, by the way, have access to military weapons. Fourth type of gangs are paramilitaries, half-military organizations that operate at the border with Colombia, especially involved in smuggling. The fifth gang are ex-members of the National Liberation Army. They fight in the woods with TNT and rifles for the ideas of Marx, Lenin, and Bolivar. Venezuelan favelas are called barrio, which means district in Spanish. But the point is that these are the poorest areas, literally slums. They grew on the cheapest land in Caracas, hills and uplands. Till today, only the poorest live here. These are the areas where monthly salary barely reaches $10, so financially all is down. That's how the locals meet up. A shabby box with small gates where guys are playing football.
Y ese era mi padre, ahora camino solo. Ahora camino solo por la calle, ahora camino solo. Voy recorriendo el mundo como un ángel, ahora camino solo. No tengo amigos, yo no tengo a nadie, ahora camino solo. Solo confío en mi Dios y en mi madre, y ahora camino solo. Todo lo quiero pa' mami.
Basically, Barrio is a town with 500,000 people squeezed into the area of 2 or 3 districts of a typical Russian city. The higher you climb, the narrower the streets are. In some places, paths turn into stairs, there's space for only a couple of people. Barrios started to form already in the first half of the 20th century, after the fall of food prices. From 1939 until today, agriculture remains a financially unprofitable activity, so the former farmers have nothing to do but to relocate closer to the city to get any job. Naturally, there's never been any issue with permission to build huts, one on top of another, but nobody really asked. People just look at the bricks and did the job. That's how it looks inside. No wallpaper, stone walls, painted at best, cloth curtains instead of doors. The rooms are tiny, so there is space only for a bed, basically. Wardrobes and dressers are not popular around here. People just store things in plastic bags. No heating. Thank God, in Venezuela the temperature rises up to 122 Fahrenheit, even in February. Holes in the walls don't seem to bother anyone either. The roof is simply a steel sheet. Most importantly, it must protect from rain and hold in place. The wind here is really strong. This woman's name is Luisa Ana Gonzalez. She is a dance teacher and a nail technician. She earns 50,000 bolivars or $14 per month. She received a flat in a new house closer to the city centre under the resettlement program. The hut is too small for 3 kids. She still visits Barrio often and is proud to have water and gas in the kitchen, because when her father was building the house, none of this was available.
Bloque por bloque. We've built this house slowly, brick by brick. I wasn't born yet back then, and now I'm already pushing 35.
Each barrio has its own beholder, who reports to the seniors in his gang, not to the police. These laws are learnt here from childhood. The easiest and maybe the only way to become rich in the barrio is to become a criminal. Folks don't really see any upward mobility, nor chances to get legal income. Check this interview with one of the gang leaders. Well, we do a little bit of everything. Drugs, kidnapping, stealing cars, killing for money, like him, you know. Mostly drugs. Do you bother about the police? No, I have good contacts. In my case, life is better now than in the past. But I reckon people of the city are having a hard time. Last year was the worst year in the history of Venezuela. I don't know why. Maybe it's the economy. I've already mentioned that Venezuela is one of the richest countries when it comes to oil. And now, 3 seconds for you to guess which place Venezuela holds in the top 10 list of countries with the biggest oil reserves. Is it the 10th, the 7th, the 5th, or the 1st? According to the World Factbook by CIA, Venezuela has the biggest oil reserves in the world. There's more golden black liquid here than in Saudi Arabia that look like this. Also more than in Russia, but we can refrain from pictures here. So what happened? Only 20 years ago, the situation in Venezuela was a lot better. In 1999, maybe the most charismatic leader of the last century came to power, Hugo Chavez. His speeches were flamboyant and extravagant. Once he was holding the floor for 11 hours in a row. Imagine that. At the same time, Chavez hated America and shook hands with everyone against the USA. Chavez was once pissed that they shared the same time zone with New York. He literally said that Venezuela had to refuse the time imposed by the imperial regime and turn Venezuela's clocks back 30 minutes. Insane. Another time, while giving a speech in the UN, he commented on George W. Bush, who took the floor a day before. Ayer estuvo el diablo aquí. Devil is here. En este mismo lugar. He was in this very spot only yesterday. It still smells like sulfur. The turning point for the Chavez government was in 2001, when oil prices started to grow. He nationalized the industrial facilities, so billions of dollars from oil sales started to flow to the country's budget instead of the US. He issued food subsidies, improved education, and started to build the healthcare system, which in turn led to a sharp drop of the poverty rate by more than a half. These programs first really helped the poor strata, but at the same time made people directly dependent on the oil prices. It was clear that the programs couldn't go on if the prices were to fall. It happened already after the death of Chavez. Oil prices around the globe dropped almost 2 times in 6 months. Many countries entered the crisis, and the government of Venezuela couldn't do anything to fix the situation. Consequently, the government couldn't cover the food subsidies for all of the poor, who by that time composed 82% of the population.
Is it true that there's a limit in shops on how much one person can buy? This limit exists, and not only on the quantity of goods, but also on the days when you can buy them. When you come to the shop, they check the final number of your ID. For example, on Monday, one can buy food only if the last number is 1 or 2. Tuesday is for those who have 3 or 4, and so on. It happened to me several times that I came to buy something, and they wouldn't sell it to me because my ID number ends with an 8. My day is Friday. So if you come on Tuesday, you can't buy anything. Only 1 day per week, right? Right, only 1 day per week.
People start to queue since 5 a.m, so many have to ask for leaves at work. The government of several regions even legally forbid people from standing in the lines because it's not safe. Caracas gives an impression of the city with endless lines. People are queuing almost everywhere. From the mobile stores where people wait for half an hour, to top up their phone. You can't do it on the internet or any other way. The longest food line was filmed by the AP agency in January 2015. Endless zigzags. The typical queue is a bit shorter. In order to get this shattered counter wrapped with duct tape, yes, nobody cares about replacing the glass. People have to stand for hours.
Even if I can't come on Friday, and I can't buy 5 kilos of food, the rule says 2 kilos, that's what I get. What kind of products are you talking about, namely? I mean products under the government control. The prices are controlled by the government. It's rice, pasta, grits, corn flour, coffee, sugar, the main food products. And as I understand, the prices are also limited. Yes, that's why you can't buy it anywhere. Speculators buy the products and resell them there behind the corner. But it's 10 times more expensive.
A kilo of sugar costs $1.2. For comparison, a Russian grocery store, a kilo of sugar costs 3 times less. Pasta costs the same, $1, but you have to bring a bag to buy it. So a kilo of sugar is $1.20. In Russia, it's 50 cents. Wheat flour costs $1 in Russia, from 0.5 rubles, and so on.
Is it true that people are paying with food now? For example, for car park?
Yes, it's true. Yes, prices have risen sharply.
Can we talk about the deficit in products in Venezuela? Answer for yourself. Write me a comment. Meanwhile, I will show you the situation the way it is. Here is a real empty shop with shabby shelves, rotten fridge with empty bottles. People still collect bottles here and deposit them. The only food sold in the shop are green bananas at an unbelievable price of more than $2 per kilo. It's 20% of the salary. Imagine if a kilo of bananas in New York cost $850. 10 minutes from here, there is a big supermarket with security at the entrance. Here, the shelves are stocked. Curious fact, there is no Sprite in Venezuela. It's called Ginato here. There's no Fanta, it's a local hit. Coca-Cola is sold, but the word itself means basically any sweet, sparkling beverage. The word is denominative. Actually, since nobody really cares about the copyright violations, there is a lot of fake Pepsi and Coca-Cola. These beverages are not the same and taste horrible. As for the real Coke, a 2-litre bottle is extremely expensive, $2.70, 25% of local salary. Honestly, I thought the prices in Russia are the fastest growing, but it appears that's not really the case. It's not that I'm so happy about comparison with Venezuela, but in 2018, prices here rose by 6,000% in a year. At some point, the government tried to follow the prices. In 2012, there was formed an equitable price committee that was supposed to oversee the evil capitalist businessmen and prevent unfair rip-off of the population. Maduro once got pissed that a dishwashing machine cost $8,000, so he sent the military to the shop, who set the price 10 times lower. People rushed to buy out the whole stock, while such big players as General Motors, Toyota and Ford left the market. But automobile and oil tycoons are next to nothing in Venezuela, compared to those who, drumroll, produce toilet paper. No jokes, really, it is a pure luxury, only affordable by the very rich. One roll of toilet paper costs 21,000 bolivars. If we divide that by 3, we will get $7 per such roll. For 1 month's salary, you can buy 1 such roll. 70% from the salary in New York, this roll would have cost $3,000. There was a meme in Venezuelan social networks recently. It also appears in ours. The Venezuelan military were awarded with toilet paper. Now I understand that it's not funny, and it's actually true. Paper deficit in the country reached such a scale that the government extended all passport terms by 2 years because they simply didn't have enough paper or ink to print new ones. In September 2013, the BBC reported that the National Guard took by force a private paper cellulose factory to avoid the total deficit. People save on paper even when it comes to napkins. Show the napkins. It's like they cut a newspaper. What is it even? It's like the one used to print newspapers. They just cut it, but you can't really use it, you know. I think even back in the USSR, the paper we had was better adapted to interact with skin. This one is all glossy. It doesn't soak anything up. Looks a bit of a mockery. Eventually, it got to the point where a rectangular piece of paper to print banknotes was more expensive than the banknote value. It simply became unprofitable to print money, especially taking into account the sky-high levels of inflation. For example, last year the inflation rate reached 1,300,000%, so the money was now easier to weigh rather than to count. This wad of cash was paid in summer 2018 for a whole chicken, a bit less for a kilo of carrots. That's a bunch to buy our favourite toilet paper. The government implemented currency redenomination and cut 5 zeros, so 1 million bolivars turned into 10. So today, fewer banknotes are printed, plus people started using debit cards. Still, Visa or MasterCard are not accepted anywhere. You'll hardly find a single place accepting cards out of the capital. We had a day at the border when we couldn't eat at all because we ran out of local money, and nobody accepted neither dollars in cash nor cards. Since then, any shop accepting cards was a little bit of heaven for me. If you pay by card, you'll be asked to enter the number of your internal ID. At first, we tried to explain that we're foreigners and we don't have internal IDs, but eventually started to enter random 7-digit numbers. It's a lot easier. Before you leave the shop, a special man will check your bag to make sure you've paid for all you have. Then he'll stamp your bill. By the way, paper bills are a sign of a rich shop. There is a huge supermarket, and haven't seen such even in some of our cities. The system is usual. You take fruit, for example mango, put it into a bag and then weigh it on a scale that looks like this. Naturally, there are no stickers indicating weight. One such paper sticker will be more expensive than all the mangoes I've picked. As for meat, you can buy it on the market. Here are some funny folks carrying half a cow. There are no trolleys, so they have to run around with 50-kilo carcasses on a shoulder.
In this section, you can buy chicken, rooster, and attention, pigeons. Sacrifice cults are very popular in Venezuela, and pigeons are used exactly for this purpose.
Today, the poor not only eat pigeons, but even hunt the street animals. Here is a person carving, most probably a cat. At the same time, you can't say that there is no meat in the shops. Please, even a small shop has a fridge with a huge bulk of ham, but the prices are crazy. $37 for a piece. Who could possibly buy it earning $10 per month? Also, every shop, cafe and restaurant here has its own dollar rate set by the owner. Having dollars is complicated, and if you arrive with only a card and without cash, you are fucked, for lack of a better word. You can withdraw only 1,500 bolivars per day, or 50 cents. Plus, you have to survive in a line like this. The thing is, there is no such thing in Venezuela as dollar rate. There is an official rate. The government at one point decided that $1 must be equal to 10 bolivars. But this rate is only available for those in the government, officially, to import medicine and food. Common people can't exchange dollars at all since 2013. Since 2003, one has to obtain a permission from the government to exchange currency, and only if the purpose is for travelling or study. You have to gather a set of documents, a return ticket, confirmation of the purpose of stay. This set is gathered following very strict rules up to the choice of folder colour. You need to also have a credit card, which here will take you about 3 years to obtain. The card also has to be issued not less than 6 months before application. A jury gathers and decides if you can exchange bolivars to dollars or not. Naturally, these vouchers were resold, which in turn spawned fraud and corruption. There is a dollar black market that shows the real cost of bolivar. It is hundreds of times less than the one set by the government. Authenticity of dollar banknotes is strictly supervised. For example, if you pay cash when checking into a hotel, your banknotes will be copied and you will be asked to sign the copy. Looks really funny. If you give them fake money, they will find you an exact retribution? Yeah, sure. Dollar rate on the black market is, obviously, not coming from the central bank. It's a separate world. I don't understand what these people are thinking about. The rate comes from the Instagram accounts. Here is one of the most popular ones. The rate fluctuates all the time and drastically. So people, now you finally understand why the Bolivar dollar rate is such a mess. And now the promised contest. We don't have any super prizes, Beamers or Mercs, but at least all is fair. This is what I brought from this amazing country. By the way, I was supposed to bring a box of fruit from Venezuela, papaya, mango, stuff like that. It's been around 2 or 3 months already. Aeroflot is promising to bring it. I'm still waiting. It's not that I dream to share these fruits with you. I'm just curious how it will look like after 3 months at plus 40. Back to business. The first place prize is a collection bottle of rum in a beautiful tissue bag. By the way, it's that rum that was carefully supervised with help of a measuring tape. The second prize is a 1 Bolivar coin. It's a really unique prize. It's basically 1/10,000th of a dollar. You can hardly find one today, even in Venezuela. I've mentioned they're using cards now and all. So the third place prize is this bracelet in Venezuelan colors with a cute anchor at the end. As for the task, people, the task is to guess as precisely as possible the rate of Bolivar to dollar exactly in 2 weeks. We will take the figures from the real Instagram page. Here it is, namely from the top stock, the Air TN. We will take the figures posted at 2 p.m. Venezuela time. Pay attention to the name of this Instagram page because there are fake accounts. The one we need is spelled as one word and the page has 1 million subscribers. So don't confuse them and subscribe to this channel right now to stay updated on future videos and of course on the contest results. Moving on. There is a place in Caracas called, basically, the Upper East Side, rich area. There is an area with a large number of extremely expensive houses. We were just driving by, and every house has a huge fence, just like in Russia. Here we also find huge, really massive golf courses. And see, they are not empty, unlike shelves in the shop. There is even barbed wire here. Look, why? You know, the problem is that there's no middle class here. There are many poor people here, and there are rich. I can say that there aren't too many. These people are stinking rich. Corruption in Venezuela is unbelievable. In order to get a passport, a place in a kindergarten and so on, you have to know someone, who's friends with someone. That's the price list my Bloomberg colleagues got on WhatsApp. $4,500 to get a passport in 2 days. $400 for a Chilean visa, from 5 to 7,000 to delete a criminal record. $100 for a stamp providing college diplomas. Corruption erodes even the most important parts of the system, built by Chavez. People line up to get a food package from the government. Well, I don't know. It depends. These packages cost 10, 20, 30 times cheaper than the shops. You mean cheaper than the speculator's price? Yes. For example, last time the price of a package with milk, butter, pasta, grits, sugar and coffee was around 3 or 3,500 bolivars. $1. Yes. The problem is these free food packages reach fewer and fewer people each year. That's why communist Venezuelans have long been using the capitalist system to make money. Generally, despite the anti-American course of the government, people are quite loyal towards the US. The daughter of Chavez himself happily took selfies with Justin Bieber. Here's a guy on the street with a meat grinder. He will grind you as much coffee as you need. Street vendors sell what they can get, not what's in demand. Here's a man with a thermos who sells hot tea. Another one sells cigarettes, 200 bolivars each. He sits here for hours and even at lunchtime. Some guys like to chill, play chess and drink tea. The perfect job is a taxi driver. There is an army of them here. You can both chill between the rides and make some cash. Here we are in a Venezuelan taxi. Next to me is the driver, who looks like he's about 70.
Buenos días.
Perfecto.
He has a fantastic mirror.
Si este taxi tiene todos los servicios.
I'm not 100% sure what he's talking about. All Venezuelan taxis are equipped with cameras. Look, there really is a camera. Most probably it doesn't work. It monitors the cabin, doesn't monitor shit, and registers the fare of the driver. All money is siphoned off. There is a radio here, and the taxi meter that doesn't work for some reason. Really, why would it? The point is that Maduro, the acting president, is trying to win more votes among taxi drivers. He started to give cars a discount price, so the drivers could work, but under the condition that the fare would be socialistically small. They didn't quite observe that, but generally, somehow, it works. If you have a pickup truck, but still want to work as a taxi driver, you're welcome. Here are 6 people packed into the back of a pickup. Standard practice. Here's a guy riding in an office chair. Our taxi driver, for example, got a flat tire, but he doesn't think about going for a service. He's finishing the ride. There are expensive cars in the city. They are kept behind tall fences with barbed wire. Most of the cars in the streets are old, shabby rattletraps. I saw 2 cars with a muffler literally dragging on the ground behind. And the drivers just kept on going. Doesn't look like it suddenly fell off, it's just normal to drive that way. Anyone who can get any car is a taxi driver. People torment their cars till they fall apart. Look, we're at a gas station. Gas costs 6 bolivars per litre, full tank around 8 cents. Cheap petrol is kind of a socialist achievement since oil is national, so if you forgot to take your wallet, you can just come and ask to fill the tank for free. Most probably you won't be denied. Oh, on the one hand, it's wonderful. On the other, despite enormous amounts of oil in the country, its production is rapidly going down because it requires technology, financing, and so on. Locals don't usually allow taxi rides, so they use buses. It's also almost free. A bus ticket costs 100 bolivars. We paid 100, didn't we? No matter where you go, right? So you pay 100 bolivars and go anywhere you need. No, not to another country. It's 1/13 of a dollar, around 3 cents. That's how the bus looks. There's no air conditioning, of course. The seats are fine, quite comfortable. The door is always open, because people are constantly jumping right to the bus. So it sometimes doesn't even stop, just slows down, they jump on, and the bus moves on. Today, the streets of Caracas are packed only in case of protests or during the carnival. Venezuelan carnival is similar to our Pancake Week and the beginning of Great Lent. Children and some adults dress up, paint faces and go for a walk. If we turn a blind eye to the public disorder the carnival ended with this year, it's generally safe in the city at this time, criminally speaking. Carnival is classic for Latin America. But I should say that the Venezuelan one is very different from... Jesus, someone just threw confetti right into my mouth. It's probably from the ground. See? All the floor is covered with these confetti. Well, not much you can do. Throwing confetti is a Venezuelan tradition, only there usually isn't money to buy new bags. That's how it's done, and then they kick the confetti around again. It's made of some really hard cardboard. Usually you're just walking the street, someone jumps up, pats you on the back, and throws a whole bunch of those things right into your face when you turn around. Well, those who throw it have fun, yeah, but honestly, it's not so pleasant. Still, the atmosphere is generally very cool. Actually, till 2013, Venezuela hosted lots of tourists, and before that many people were dreaming to get here, and not only from Latin America, but also from the US. Things in Venezuela were so good that at one point they became the biggest consumers of whiskey in the world, and in the second half of the 70s, the country was the richest on the continent due to the income from oil sales. That's how a free city beach looks like now. It's a beach in Caracas. The saddest part is the infrastructure here is basically absent. The shore itself is quite clean, apparently because the water somehow managed to wash away all of the stuff. That's the only infrastructure you'll find here. There are the remains of canopies. There's one remaining there. Well, And before people could lie and relax in the shade, there are no changing rooms, so people change in the bushes. I'll turn now so you can see how people change. They just go to the side and do their thing. That's the whole beach infrastructure. Honestly, instead of coming here for a holiday, I'd rather go to Samara. There's a good beach there. I'm from Samara, so please come. It's a great city. At the same time, Venezuela has fancy resorts, especially on the islands, that look luxurious like the Maldives, but the prices are so high that these resorts are affordable only to the guys from the golf fields. Common people just can't afford it. They most likely have never even heard that such places exist. All this is extremely sad because Venezuela has an unbelievable potential for tourism. The world's highest waterfall, for example, is right here. If you thought that it's Niagara Falls, which we will cover soon in another video, so please subscribe now, then you're wrong. Angel Falls is 1 kilometer high. Water is sprayed out in tiny bits that form fog. I will leave a link in the description where the waterfall is shot in 360 8K format. Highly recommended. The waterfall is in deep jungle, and you can only reach it by boat or by plane. There isn't a single tree here that hasn't been struck by one of the frequent lightning storms. Another breathtaking place is Roraima. It looks like a shot from a sci-fi movie. It's also known as the tabletop mountain of Tepeus. It is part of a big plateau that formed 200 million years ago, when America and Africa were one continent. Roraima was inaccessible for people for many years. Only the bravest from the Indian tribes sneaked from time to time to what they believed was the sacred terrain. There is a legend about a local Loch Ness monster. It's called Caborosaurus. Witnesses often describe a Caborosaurus as a huge snake with a prolonged body 5 to 30 meters long, with the head of a horse or a camel. That's how the remains of a Caborosaurus look, though later it was discovered that it was a shark. So you sit peacefully, and suddenly the electricity is off. In the next episode, I will show you how the most dangerous country lives in complete darkness. We're actively told to sit in the car, like it's dangerous. What happens on the streets at night when the city centre is empty? It's the first time that electricity was shut down in the whole country. Can you imagine what it is to switch off electricity? For example, in the whole of Russia? How many days can you survive if there's no water or electricity in a flat? All water pumps are also electric. We could hear gunshots all night long. God knows what kind of gunfight it was. What happens at the Venezuelan border? How families cross the ford by foot, while others protest against the government and the police. Let's go back. I think it's really dangerous. They burnt that truck that's still on the bridge. How does it feel like to fly from a powered-down airport? It's like a sauna. Blood, sweat and tears. There will be a protest or a breakthrough, because people have already been queuing for hours, and by looking at this line, they'll be standing here for another 20. This is our new format. Please subscribe to my channel, press like, take part in the contest. Here you will see how people live.